Holy Sigma, bless this ravaged body!
Hello, Chuds and Chudettes. It's me, Notepad Anon, your very favorite Stigmarite priest. Well. Here we are, yet again. Brand new, first case in a new place, and it's kind of a big one. One that I thought about doing for a while, but I kind of doubled down on for various reasons. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god. It's the worst feeling. I can feel it. I can feel it right in my nose. I know at the minute I start doing anything, I'm going to sneeze. It's going to be awful. But yes, welcome. Hello. My name is Notepad Anon. I write games for fun, but today we're not going to be writing any games. Instead, we're going to be going over a handful of them. Well, technically, we're going to be going over one game. One game series. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. My technically first role-playing game experience. Well, second edition. And I love second edition. I made a video on second edition of how I said this is the greatest game ever. And I stand by that because I fucking hate Daniel Fox. We will actually see, if people watch the video, people will see the change over time with the artwork. The art style of Warhammer is such a fascinating thing. But first, we gotta roll back a little bit. What is Warhammer? It's kind of a weird question to ask. And it's a weird question to ask because it's Warhammer, right? I know Warhammer. You know Warhammer. We all kind of know the conceptual understanding behind Warhammer now. And I think that's such a strange thing to do. That's such a strange, moment that we have to sit back and say yeah, we all kind of understand that what Warhammer is. But Warhammer is probably the most famous war game of all time. Now I say the most famous war game of all time. Of course you have things like Kriegsspiel. Of course you have things like some Little Wars and stuff like that. But I think if you were to really quantify the idea of popularity, how popular something is, how important it is to the lexicon of the world. When it comes to wargaming, there is no second. There is no second to Warhammer. And then now we have an ad. Goodbye, everyone, as I talk about Warhammer. Warhammer is really fascinating because it's one of those few franchises. Yeah, Games Workshop and wargaming in general is a large part of the UK economy. Exactly. You see how important how stupid the little plastic army men are. But Warhammer has really spread its influence in more than a few ways. Because if you go back, you have very traditional how Warhammer is played. It's a very, different way of that. But so many war games now, especially nowadays, so many war games are built with we gotta fight, we have to compete with Warhammer. Or if they react and they do marketing things and they do things to react around or do things with it. We have a classic Manly and classic Doge today because it was very late last night. If I had it my way, you would be a bright wizard. Because that would be funny. But there comes an inevitability when talking about Warhammer, and it's just man, Warhammer sucks now. Warhammer is bad now because Warhammer is this. Hello. Or Warhammer is bad because X, Y, and Z, or whatever. I think the thing is with Warhammer is, well, actually, you know what? I think I'm approaching this wrong. I'm approaching this more philosophically. I think we should look at this from a very tall perspective. Let's look at the most basic understanding of what is Warhammer. Warhammer is the setting based off this image. If you really have to understand what the fuck Warhammer is at a conceptual level, if you're like, damn, you know what, I wanna, it's time to do, it's time to Warhammer, everyone. Are you ready to Warhams over myself? Ready to It's this image. Because I want you to imagine you are a 14-year-old boy with a power metal album on front, and you're like, hell fucking yeah. Warhammer was built with 14-year-old boy energy, something I think we all crave. And it's like, yeah, okay, cool. What do you mean by 14-year-old boy energy? Fuck you. Here is Archeon the Everchosen. He is literally super Hitler Satan, and he's going to kill everyone. But he looks like this. The spikes, the pauldrons, the big fucking axe, the glowing evil sword. Ah, man, but I don't want to play the bad guy. I want to play the good guys, right? I want to play the good guys. All right, cool. Here are the good guys. The entirety of the Holy Roman Empire taken up to 11, but they're also comically like over-designed with gigantic armor and huge guns and filled with gold, and they kill huge monsters on the regular. Oh man, that's some lame stuff. I wanna be orcs, and they're all football hooligans, but they're huge and spooky, and they ripping people, and they also ride boars around, and it's like, this is awesome. Oh, what about dwarves? I like dwarves. I read Lord of the Ring once. Fuck you. Welcome to Dwarf Town, everyone. Yeah, all of our dwarves are have comically huge weapons, and, giant horns, and their big-ass axes, and fuck you, here's a slayer. What does the slayer do? It's a dwarf with giant red hair, big beards, and huge axes, and they rip and tear. Rock and roll, rock and roll. Every single thing you talk about lore-wise when it comes to, like, Warhammer or Warhammer Fantasy or 40k even, you almost have to put, like, that metal riff. Like, yeah, no, our dwarves are all half psychotic, death-seeking, cool. Dwarves are death-seeking super soldiers ready to kill all of evil. Every single thing is built off that metal riff almost. And it's just a grab bag of random shit. If you really pay attention to Warhammer, it is a grab bag of just shit. Yeah. Everyone looks a little goofy. Yeah, everyone's, the guns are huge. Everything is huge. Everyone's always at war. And rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll. And I think that's what sells Warhammer more than anything. There was a Warhammer was a space one. No. It was originally Warhammer. It was Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which was actually which was effectively their historical game. They just put orcs and shit in. Yeah. Book of Grudges, My Blood, good cover about. Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, exactly, and that's how, like, 40k came to be, being less like, yeah, what if we had space knights and space orcs, and everyone's got huge guns that shoot giant things. Fuck you, here's the predator, and here's the alien, and here's all of these other, like, things that 14-year-old boys or dudes in their 20s would love. All mashed together. I think that's what sells Warhammer to so many people. And this has also created a huge divide when it comes to Warhammer. Because I think with like a lot of the time when people talk about, if someone says to you, I am a Warhammer fan. Because nowadays, it used to be, like, like nowadays, like in the olden days, it was, I am a wargamer. I am a wargamer. I am a rank and flank war game an enjoyer. I'm going to move my little dudes around and we're going to fight. And it's going to be the greatest thing ever. And we're all going to have fun in our sweaty nerd basements. But it's fine because we're all sweaty nerds together. But now you have like, oh, I am a RPG fan. Because Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay came out in the 80s, actually. That's one thing. It's like, okay, cool. You got the RPG stuff. You like, I really like that. I am a secondary fan. I don't play the war game. I don't play the RPGs. I read the books. And there's a shit ton of books. There's a bunch of books, different little stories. And the thing with Warhammer is that the world is so big. I love the Gotrek and Felix books. I truly adore the Gotrek and Felix books. Because I think they're really fun. They are classic pulpy stories, except one character is a dumbass and the other is stupider. Like... and... it's like, okay, this is fun. We like the lore, we like the stories, we like the things going on with it. But then you have kind of like, oh, I'm a Vidya fan. I am a Vidya fan. I love Total War Warhammer. I love all the video games. I love all the things surrounding it. There were a lot of video games because it was a fucking popular game. If someone said to me, I love Warhammer 40,000 because I played Dawn of War, I would totally believe them because Dawn of War is awesome. Yeah. I think the big thing is with Warhammer is up until recently, I would say the last like 10, 15 years, the idea of like, I'm a secondary fan, I just like the video, like I don't play the war game, I play just I just consume media around it. I think that's gotten more, like, for a while there, was like, that was completely acceptable because it was a strange hobby. But a lot of the time when it comes to Warhammer, you must always remember, this is the primary revenue. Warhammer exists because of that, of the war game. Warhammer is probably the most... not quite. If you really want to know, like, the most popular multimedia franchise, it would be Star Wars. It's Star Wars, by a country mile. But Warhammer... I think Warhammer owes a lot of its popularity because Star Wars exists. Because pop culture exists, if that makes sense. And it's very easy to consume Warhammer stuff. But I think over the years, like, these guys started becoming more and more, like, ostracized. They didn't really... People who played the war game did not like these guys. And then you have to deal with the fact that this is a company running this. This is one company. It's one company, and that company is staffed sometimes by morons. So, now we enter into what I like to call part 2 of this, of our little introduction. What is Warhammer Fantasy? Well, Warhammer Fantasy was a war game that was rank and flank. You had these big chunks of troops and you run around and you fought them. They had a total of 8 editions. And over the course of those 8 editions, Warhammer changed pretty drastically over time. If we really look at like the Warhammer Fantasy setting, later renamed the Old World, we look here, started in 1983. Yes, 1983 to 2015. Gradually adding in more and more things. First, let me see if it was 8th edition. 8th edition was the last edition in 2010. Yes, 2010 is when it ended. That's always like that one weird thing. And it went on for about 4 or 5 years. However, the end times happened. Because there were events going on, and the ever-present threat of chaos. 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 The ever-threat of chaos was going to destroy us all. And by then, you had the end time. What is the end times? Well, this was a kind of a mixture of things. Kind of a mixture of different things. It was a book, it was in the games, it was everything. But the entire idea was that the end of the world was encroaching. Archaon the Ever-Chosen, chosen of all the Chaos Gods, marched on the Empire of Man, but everything also popped off at once. The Dark Elves invaded Ulthuan. Dark Elves invaded High Elves because Malkuth is technically the legal Phoenix King, but he wasn't. But he was chosen to because he wasn't good enough. Weird things. Skaven, the Under Empire, the Skaven tide begins. Nagash, the Lord of Undead, raised himself from the dead and decided to end the world and become a god. Yeah, the end of the fucking world happened. And that means the end of Warhammer Fantasy. But why? Why did... So, if we it's kind of hindsight, like, why did Games Workshop kill Warhammer Fantasy? It's always like that question, because people look at it now. Because arguably Warhammer Fantasy is more popular than it kind of ever was. Which is weird to think. You shot in the back of the head. Yeah. Yeah, well, you commented. Yeah, here we go. Kill Fantasy Space Marines, new thing, Land Marines. So, yeah. Effectively, if we look back at it now, in the year of our Lord 2025, Warhammer Fantasy is arguably in its most popular state. Most people inside, quote-unquote, the nerd sphere know about Warhammer Fantasy. Or know about Warhammer, because Total War Warhammer is this huge fucking game, because Vermintide did amazing, because all of these different games, all of these different books, everything did really well for it. But why did it fail? There's 3 main reasons, and most people will cite this. Poor gameplay support and lack of content. They don't... It's hard to explain this a little bit, but some armies, like Bretonnia, for example, Bretonnia did not have a new army book, new things, for a while. That was 6th edition, as they had all their new toys. And now it was 8th edition, and so if you play Bretts, you are being left in the dirt. You have to use old rules or reinterpret those rules for it. And that was multiple different factions that were doing that. And then it was like, okay, we need to keep kind of like upping the costs for things. So the price got up higher and higher and higher. These weren't cheap. These weren't 5 guys you had to paint. These were 30 guys you had to paint. It was a big investment, and they were getting more and more expensive, and people didn't want to buy it. And it was like, okay, so you have this poor gameplay support, you have lack of content because they aren't making new stuff. They can't afford to make new things. No one's going to buy it because no one wants to. And then you also have kind of the idea of this popularity of 40K. Warhammer 40,000 is Warhammer Fantasy's worst enemy. Because Warhammer 40K is immensely popular. It's always been more popular than fantasy. I think that's not like a controversial statement to make. That 40K has consistently been more popular. And why is this? There could be a dozen reasons. I think it's individual for each person. But Warhammer 40,000 has always been outsold fantasy, even during its heydays. 40K outsold it, and so if you are a business person, John Space Marine is making the bank. That they're making money. Carl Franz isn't. People don't want to buy Carl Franz. They want to buy Space Marines. So what are you going to do? You want to make more fucking Space Marines. So you're kind of seeing like, okay, we need to kind of redo that. It's not working. And then like, I think one of the bigger things was like the, you also had the kind of the growing divide of players and enjoyers. Players are people who play the game and buy things. They are whales. They're going to buy a new set every week. They're going to buy new editions. They're going to do things. Enjoyers are people who don't. They're going to buy a book maybe. They're going to read online and enjoy memes or whatever. So it's a very like more enjoyers were occurring, but enjoyers don't spend as much. You need players, but players were dissatisfied because of the gameplay or moving to 40K because 40K was a lot more popular. So you had more people saying, well, I like Warhammer Fantasy, but I don't want to buy anything for it. And so it's like, okay, like it's not financially viable to keep it open. But why did they make all these video games? Well, Warhammer Fantasy is dead, right? We are going to make it go away. We're going to replace it with a new thing. Warhammer Fantasy is dead, therefore, we will effectively hand the license out for pennies. And it was pennies, relatively speaking, but that's how you got Total War Warhammer 1, which proved to be a phenomenal success. And then, yeah, 2016, this was 2 years after the end times. Yeah, remember, this was 2 years after the end times. You had Vermintide 1 and 2 come out. Oh, Vermintide the End Times. Look, it came out literally the year of the end times. Yes, during the apocalyptic event during the end time. They gave it a video, and Vermintide 1 and Vermintide 2 turned out to be extremely fucking popular. So popular that people quote them to this day. Sigmar bless this ravaged body. So you have that now. You're like, okay, so now it's super popular, but it's dead. We blew up the world. We can't go back. And that led to Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar is something we need to talk about because you cannot talk about Warhammer Fantasy without talking about Sigmar now. Mismanage a game makes the game die. How the humanity? The thing is, it wasn't mismanaging a game. It was like, it's not viable. It was like, it was not viable to continue making it. So it was like, okay, we pull more people off, we do this, we do that. So, Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar. Now, I want you to imagine something. I want you to close your eyes and say you are a Warhammer fan. You are a Warhammer Fantasy fan. You like the Empire, you like elves, you like dwarves, and all that shit. Your setting has exploded. Not like, oh, it's the end of the world, it's the end, we don't need to think about it anymore, it's done. No, Archeon literally says, I blew up the world, fuck you. And you're like, okay, what's the new thing? And it's Age of Sigmar. Which Age of Sigmar came out in 2015. The end times has ended. It's over. It's so sad. Age of Sigmar comes out, and it's like, here's the new thing. And the first edition of Age of Sigmar, from what I've gathered over time, from what I gathered with the first kind of version of Age of Sigmar, was dog shit. Like, it wasn't very good. Age of Sigmar's rules didn't really get good until it's like 3rd or 4th edition, which you have to remember, which is something you gotta kind of think about, is like, yeah, there are multiple editions. Yeah, 1st edition, yeah, they had like a bunch of like meme rules. Yeah, they had a bunch of like stupid meme rules, and it's like, yeah, it's like, all right, 4th edition in 2024. It's on its 4th edition, but really no one talks about anything really Age of Sigmar related. It was roughly 3rd edition that people said like it got better. Like that was like the best way to see it, to play the game. But like 1st edition had a bunch of like stupid meme, like kind of like, yeah, including many absurd rules. Like they had silly rules, so it's like, oh, you can still play your old army, but they had goofy, silly rules. They had, oh, well, let us summon the Bratty Toaster. Bratty Toaster is here. Bratty Toaster dies. Truly. Yeah, art was, yeah, there was really nothing. It was the worst. It was a storm of terrible ideas. And I think that's the beautiful thing. It was a storm of terrible concepts. And a storm of bad ideas leads to Age of Bigmar. Because if you really pay attention, Age of Sigmar should be popular. That's the secret. They should be popular. You want to know why Age of Sigmar should be popular? I'm gonna literally call it Sigmarines, even though I know that they're not the Stormcast Eternals. People like Space Marines, so why don't we make Space Marines for fantasy? People like Skaven. So why don't we make Skaven like one of the main super factions? And they are the most important thing ever, and they have all like a bunch of weird, cool technology and stuff like that because they're Skaven. Okay. Hey, why don't we make orcs? Why don't we make Oruks, because they're not orcs anymore. They're Oruks because that's legally distinct. Here's the Oruks. Yeah, get it, because they're popular. Age of Sigmar was not made for good reasons. It was made because big numbers go up, and it was very workshopped in a boardroom. I think the big thing with Age of Sigmar is that a lot of this was made. Age of Sigmar, a lot of the designs, a lot of the concepts, a lot of things of Age of Sigmar was not made by a bunch of sweaty nerds in a basement saying, wouldn't this be cool with that, energy. It killed the 14-year-old boy energy and instead replaced it with a boardroom saying, if we look at our metrics, people like Space Marines, so we should make fantasy Space Marines. People like the Skaven, so we should make more Skaven. People like this, so we should make more of this. Kind of that endless cycle. And overall, from what I've gathered, Age of Sigmar does well financially. It makes its money, and people seem to like it. And now there's the group of people who like the rules more than the old Warhammer fantasy roleplay, the old fantasy, the old fantasy rules, which I don't blame them. But there is a distinct reason why the old world exists now. What's the old world? They brought back Warhammer Fantasy. Why did they bring back Warhammer Fantasy? Because it was so popular. And this was about a year and a half ago now. But space, yeah, why don't we make this but Space Marines? Yeah, it's are gone. Yeah, like a majority of. I think the thing is with like Old World is Old World was again a pivot. It was someone in a boardroom sat around and said, "What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean Warhammer? What do you mean that Warhammer Fantasy is popular again? Why do you think why is that a thing? Oh well, all of these things. Fuck. Pivot. Because you can't go back. That's the secret. You can't go back. Because if you go back, Age of Sigmar and all of the things that you invested into Age of Sigmar are worthless. All of that time, all of that effort, all of that money goes away. And it's just gone. And I think that is something that is arguably worse to Warhead, to Games Workshop than anything. They don't want to say we wasted money because that looks bad for shareholders. And so you have Old World, which is very different. And I made this comparison last night, actually, as I was going over the Old World RPG, which we'll be talking about in a bit here. The Old World really feels like, if you are a Star Wars fan, you might know this, the High Republic. Do any of you know about Star Wars, the High Republic? So, Disney Wars. So in Disney World, in Disney Wars, they released a series of books and a series of stories called The High Republic, which was before which was before Clone Wars, pretty significantly. It was before a lot of things, but after the quote-unquote Old Republic, because we can't touch the Old Republic. So they put in the High Republic instead. So if you heard about shows like The Acolyte takes place during the quote-unquote High Republic, and they really pushed it as like this setting that they can explore. And they really want people to enjoy the High Republic. And they mention the High Republic a lot. Yeah, nobody likes it. Yeah, and it's like it's a manufactured setting to go back because we fucked up the future. And that's what kind of the Old World feels. It feels like the High Republic. We fucked up the future. We can't do anything else anymore there. Let's go back to an earlier point in the timeline that no one really knows about, and then add in all the things we already wanted. Nobody talks about Cathay in Warhammer. We're going to look through all of these, Cathay will get name dropped, but never anything will happen. But Cathay is in Total War Warhammer 3, so Old World has Cathay in it. Oh, I got a no coins to kill myself. Thanks for notifying me, Twitch. Yeah, no, it's things like that. It's little things. And what's the future of Warhammer? I do not know. There's a lot of ways that it could go, and a lot of ways that it could go wrong. My estimate is if the Old World pops off, which from what I've gathered, it's not really popping off as much as people wanted. Again, it's a little bit back and forth there. We might see something, or it might be a big return to form. I really don't know. But you're not here for me to talk about Warhammer, are you? Though you're here for you're here for something else. You're here for what we do best. Talking about role-playing games. In the year of our Lord 2025, there is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1E, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2E, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3E, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4E, and then what we called the Old World TRPG. Now, it has been announced that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 5E is coming out. Yes, 5th edition is coming out. I kind of want to... I want you to remember this. Like, we've got 4 editions. Four editions of this, but these are all different games. This was made by Black Library. This was FFG. No, this was technically Black Library also did 2nd edition, but is a little bit, technically it's Hogshead Publishing, which is a part of Black Library. 3rd edition was FFG. 4th edition was Cubicle 7. And as of now, Cubicle 7 has all of the rights there. But Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay's been around for a while, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, finally the Old World. And I think it'll be interesting. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Let me reset everything to make sure it works. So I think our first one we need to talk about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1E. Let me open up. All of these books are huge, by the way. I should add that. All right. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Look at this artwork. Look at this look. You can see the pores on these dwarves. And if you were to show people this image right here, I think some people may not know what the fuck this is. This isn't Warhammer. Doesn't look anything like Warhammer, but it is. We're going to see more of those old strangeness. So you might see here, oh, Cubicle 7. And effectively, what happened was Cubicle 7 owns the rights to publish Warhammer Fantasy. And what they did was they released the original Warhammer Fantasy, I believe for free for a while. Like, you could just download this game for free. I don't know if it's still free. It might be. And if you're curious, like, this is the most fucking soulful shit. We're gonna see more, and it's gonna be really weird. Because you're going to see that, mostly because, again, so it's Cubicle 7 here. Everything's there. They talk about the old world, you know, it's like, my little story, you got a little story, an opening question. So who designed this game? Now, some of you might recognize some of these names kind of already. Richard Hallowell, Rick Priestley, Graham Davis, Jim Bambra, and Phil Gallagher. Some of these names seem awfully familiar. So let's do Richard Hallowell. All right, who is Richard Hallowell? Richard Hallowell, British game designer. Worked at Early Game, worked there with school friend Rick Priestley. Made Imperial Commander. Left to form Citadel, made Citadel Miniatures with his friend Brian. he made the original Warhammer version, as well as the second version and the third version. He did his own thing. He did the Judge Dredd role-playing game, by the way. He did a bunch of, like, little things there. And then, following his success, Hallowell left. He rolled up till about the 90s and said, all right, he built Space Hulk and said, I'm done. We had a good time. Then he left. Nothing really much after that. From what I saw, he worked at like a firm or something. And that was, yeah, he was one of these like OG creators of Warhammer. Not Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer. So it's like, oh, okay, you know, this guy's been around. And then we have Rick Priestley. He worked at Games Workshop forever and then established fucking Warlord Games. Yeah. Bolt Action. He would later go on. So to give you an idea, Warhammer Fantasy Battle with Brian Hanslow as well. Let me see if Brian's on there. No, Brian is not on there. 40K, Ancient Battles, Necromunda, Warmaster Ancients, Strategy Battle Games, Black Powder, Hail Caesar, Bolt Action, All Quiet on the Martian Front, Space Battles, A Spacefarer Guide, Red Book of the Elf King, and many other things. Yeah, this guy worked on, helped create Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Graham Davis. Huh, game designer. Huh, wow. Who could have thought? What does he do? You're right. He worked for literally everyone. Yeah, like onto its flame there. It kind of got moved around. Now he works mostly on like Vaesen stuff. Don't blame him, but yeah, like a lot of Warhammer Fantasy roleplay stuff. Like that was his thing. GURPS Vikings for some fucking reason. You're like, all right, cool. 1980. To give you an idea, this was 1986. Like, this is an old, like Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay is an old game. So I'm like, all right. So those are Jim Bambra. Let's look at Jim Bambra. Oh, wow. What did he create? He worked on D&D, Fighting Fantasy, Warhammer, Star Wars, the role-playing game. Decided to work for Micropose for a while and published Desert Storm game. Yeah, all right, fuck it. A lot of like little weird things. A lot of like that old TSR stuff, a lot of those things. You had what would kind of be what would kind of go on to be a world-class, like, how do I want to... Yeah, Kevin, Warren finished roleplay and all these things. And now he teaches math at Stevenson. You had a guy do all of these things, and you kind of had an A-team. Like, the original creators for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay were kind of the almost be-all, end-all of that particular time and particular place. And... yeah, John Blanche, yep. Don't worry, baby. We got John Blanche, baby. It's blanching time. But you can already kind of see. It looks different. It looks different. You'll see Undead. You got some Beastmen, fucking Nazgul, because we can just have Nazguls now. What are you going to do about it? A lot of, like, Bob Naismith as well. John Blanche. couple other different people here. So, most of this is introducing what role-playing games are. Remember, this is 1986, so things can be a little bit like, oh, it's the Game Master. Do you know what a Game Master is? Yes. What's the play area? Well, the play area is... We're trying to make shit up as we go, almost. And I think, like, that's kind of the big thing here, is, like, we're trying to introduce people to what TRPGs are. Because it's 1986, and we have a very certain idea, especially if your audience knows you for your war game now. And we're going to see kind of later on, those assumptions of playing a war game are very present. And they do encourage it. It's like, it's a no... You can kind of think of this game... 1E was almost a supplement to the war game. But this is a D100 game, but you will be using a lot of D6s. Multiple dice and different modifiers. And if you were to show someone this image, would they say Warhammer? I don't think so. I think that's the funniest part. Like, I don't think, like, a lot of these things, a lot of what we're going to see in this book, I do not know if people be like, oh yeah, that's Warhammer. I'm like, I don't know. But characteristics, kind of right off the bat, you know, hey, movement and things. So to kind of help us along, we have our friend here. Say hello to Heinrich Schumer. Heinrich Schumer is human. He's a male. He is a academic. He's a scrawny loser. He is effectively Rincewind. If Rincewind, nobody liked Rincewind. And you kind of even see, like, man, this character sheet looks fucking weird already. Yeah, not as weird as you would think. We got all of our skills. You may, where's our skills? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We didn't have skills. Yeah, we didn't have skills then. You'll understand how that works. You kind of see our stats. Oh, strength and toughness. Strength and toughness is literally just our quote-unquote bonuses. And one of the big things of what they wanted to have happen is... Go down here. They wanted you to be able to convert this to the war game. And vice versa. So if you had a model for a bunch of orcs, that you could convert the orc stat block from the war game to the RPG and then fight orcs. 100 cool. Yeah, we had a cool attributes, willpower. Cool and willpower are different. I kind of saw like cool is keeping your shit, willpower is making sure you don't lose your shit. And here are our ways to generate character races. You do not randomly roll your race. Fun fact, you don't roll your race in this game. But here are our ways to do things. You know, 2d10 plus 20 is still always there. Strength and our toughness, d3 plus 1. Now, Heinrich turned into a fucking noodle. What happened to poor Heinrich? What's the alignment? Alignment is exactly what you think it is. It's from chaos to law. It's chaos, evil, neutral, good, law. And you get a bonus to interacting with people of your alignment. Yeah, Heinrich rolled very under par, you could say, with this in the first edition. He rolled very under par. But it kind of kept of like exactly what he was going to end up being. He has a very high willpower, and he's very smart. Usually, if I can afford to have some decks, I'll put decks in. But to kind of explain some of these. Movement. How many yards can you move in a round? I can move 3 yards. Because I am made of noodles. Fortunately, that is just something I have to accept in my life, is that I am made of noodles. Our weapon skill and our ballistic skill. These are all the way back here. Strength and toughness. How strong, how tough you are. If you ever heard the term of naked dwarf syndrome, Yes, have you ever heard of the term naked dwarf syndrome? It is because of toughness and how dwarves interact with toughness. Because toughness reduces all damage. And to give you an idea, if you have 9 toughness, just about nothing can hurt you. If you have 10 toughness, legitimately nothing can hurt you unless you find a way to go through their toughness. Thus you have the quintessential naked dwarf syndrome. If you've ever heard where that came from, it's right here. It's because of toughness. It's a very certain kind of character to make, but you can make a character that is unkillable. The number of wounds, which is kind of your health. Our initiative. Initiative sticks through most of the versions of the game. I find that very interesting. Our number of our attacks. You can kind of think of attacks being actions, but they call it attacks because we're looking at that D&D-ish still. Most things are 1A. But you can have multiple attacks per round. Dexterity. And then, weirdly enough, they split fellowship and leadership into different things. You have intelligence, cool, and willpower. A lot more... You can kind of think of everything over here. Dex, leadership, and cool, willpower. These are things that aren't really represented on on like a war game table as much as these ones. But they're also very easy to convert over. So, we've got we have our racial abilities. You kind of see some elves tend to be better at everything. The only problem is that elves have to be good constantly, and they're usually a little bit fragile. Dwarves are really good, and then fucking hobbits. I hate hobbits. I hate hobbits so much. Also, you don't speak Reichsfeel, you speak Old Worlder. And, yes, I did roll also Wood Elves, Old Worlder, Elfarin, Elf. Have no fear. Dwarves, you see Khazalid. Hatred for goblins, orcs, and hobgoblins. Subject to animosity against elves. Yeah, dwarves, I have the racism ability. And then halflings, which are halflings. No one talks about the halflings, but I do. And then we have our age. Now, it's kind of interesting because you can roll like the 66. So you have to be 16 to 75 years old. Elves roll 10d12 for their... So it's pretty much like this is your young and this is your old. Let me see if we can... Let me see. So your age kind of gives you bonus skills. If you're super old, you lose skills because you're an old man. While there hits a certain point, generally speaking, yeah, elves. If you want to min-max being an elf, you're 150. So let's go back up here. So we got our alignment here. Clem Shirelock is a human, therefore must be neutral. Fate is essential difference. I mark a character as an adventurer. Wow, we have fate points. Humans get D3 plus 1 fate points. Elves can get a minimum of 1. Most everyone else gets pretty normal ones. Heinrich ended up with 4 whole fate points. Very fate. And then we have our character class. Nope. In first edition, no, you do not randomize your character race. First edition, you don't roll that. Nope. Like, relatively, it's pretty balanced, but... So as you kind of see here, you have to choose your background. Warrior, Ranger, Rogue, or Academic. Now, fun fact, there are restrictions. There are restrictions for each. In theory, you cannot qualify for any of these. That would be very difficult for everyone involved, but you potentially could qualify for none of them. I would probably say, yeah, you have just bump up 1 to that if you want to play it, if you truly qualify for none of them. Yeah, elves can't be rogues because they are good and are not naturally given to exploit or manipulate people. So you need to have an initiative of 65 to qualify being a rogue. There's your XP penalty. Yeah, none of that like bonus XP if you roll for your... No, none of that shit here. Alright, and then we determine our skills. Humans can choose any skills. All elves have excellent vision. And they must choose dance, musicianship, or sing. All dwarves have mining and must be smithing or metallurgy. So here's our skill chart. Notepad, what the fuck is this? Well, here's our skill charts. So these are all different skills. We were an academic. As an academic, we had to roll here. Heinrich rolled excellent vision, ride, and luck. You will quickly learn Heinrich is not lucky or have excellent vision, depending on the circumstance, or ride things for that matter. Luckily, because we were a magician, we do get bonus skills, such as being able to read and write, which is something that we may not get later on. And as a... yeah. So we have to randomly roll a couple of them. We got all of our things. We got our trappings, which are our stuff. As you can see, a warrior. Here's everything you get as a warrior. Here's an academic, and you get a knife. You're gonna quickly learn that Heinrich likes his knife and his stick, because Heinrich doesn't qualify for literally any other kind of weapon. Well, fantasy had weird classes like rat catcher. Well, we have to then go. We determine our career class, and then each career class has a number of careers, which give additional skills. So, as you can kind of see here, you get quite a few different skills. So if we additional skill, you kind of even see here, like if you want to be a rat catcher, you have to be a ranger basic class. Or I believe if you are, yeah, you have to be a ranger to actually become that. But you kind of even see like, oh, let's say for example, I'm a dwarf warrior. Let's roll for my random class. As a dwarf warrior, I rolled an 84, and I am a troll slayer. I'm gonna roll, let's say I'm an elf though. I'm an elf. I'm gonna roll a 17. I am a marine. Let's say I'm a rogue though. I'm a halfling rogue. I'm a jailer. Let's say I'm a human rogue though. 40. I am a footpad. As an academic, of course, I'm a wizard's apprentice. This is also one of the very few games. Every edition after this, a dwarf and a halfling usually do not qualify to become magicians. They do not get the right to be one. However, we're human, and we are a wizard's apprentice, but you kind of see some of these. Druid, like only humans can be druids. Hypnotists, technically dwarves are the only ones able to be engineers. So yeah. Let's in each of these so let's try to find my let me see if I can find my... So, I am a wizard's apprentice. As a wizard's apprentice, I get all of these skills, but I didn't get scroll lore. And I get a number of magic points that let me cast magic anytime I want. If I complete all of these, because this is my advanced scheme, this is my way of leveling up. Interesting to note here, it would go by +5s earlier in later editions. It goes by +10s here. So you kind of see here my willpower, I already kind of took it. So if I were to, let me do my markup tools. Technically, I would mark this as done. I've taken my advancement here, my +10 advancement. If I take my dex advancement, my int advancement, and my wound advancement, I can now move on to being a level 1 wizard. But these are all the things that I can kind of go into. But let's say, for example, I want to play a soldier. I get all of these abilities, these trappings, these abilities, items, and these are what I can go into. Oh man, I want to play when I grow up. I want to be a scribe. Get all of these abilities, get all of these abilities. I want to be, when I grow up, a runner. Get all of these, get all of these. Some are a lot more. You're going to stay as this for a lot longer. But you also get a lot more toys to play with. So it's harder to get into those more adapts. Can you design the wizard that you're an apprentice of, or can the GM use this to mess with you? Yeah. Sort of. Like, the GM is making a character, if that makes sense. Here is a rat catcher. In case you are wondering, you do start, and you will always have your small but vicious dog. But here's how you do it. You have immunity to disease, immunity to poison. Like, rat catchers are kind of good. Like, they ain't bad. They ain't fucking with anyone. You do have some, again, the protagonist sticks around. Protagonists are my favorite class because they are just a jackass who beats people up. What's your ability? I'm an asshole. Yeah, some of them, like, outlaw, like, you get a bunch of, like, oh, wow, you get a bunch of skills, but, like, you really are not in a great place. Other times you get a lot more abilities. You could be in minstrel. Minstrel, only elves can start as minstrels. If you are, you have to then go down to you have to be a troubadour, and then you can upgrade to being a minstrel. But only elves can start being minstrels. Mercenaries, marines, laborers just get nothing, but you can kind of go into... You can go into a lot of different abilities. A lot of the concepts remain the same. You kind of even see, like, some of the, like, the gambler's a fun one. The entertainer, have no fear. Engineers, druids, bounty hunters. It has a look, and I will say that it has a look that you don't see much else. Now, to kind of give you a little bit of an example of how this goes, you do get additional skills, you get your additional trappings. If you have magic points, you can cast magic spells because it's a mana system. This is important to know. This is a mana system. Very little risk in that regard. Oh, Ratcatcher is, yeah, Ratcatcher was in 1E because Skaven are in 1E. Fun fact. Yeah. You have to earn your advances in play. You do get a free advance. You know, you can increase one thing by 1 or 10 plus 1 or plus 10. You know, already that Clem wants to be a ranger. He's got all these abilities. Increases his abilities up. And then we go all the way down. So it's like all of these different classes and stuff. But I will say also, so here are your skills. So, skills. Skills are not really like you have a plus 10 to doing this skill, or you have a plus 20 to doing this skill. Technically, anyone can do anything. However, these skills give you a lot of different advantages in saying that you can now do things. So, kind of see some of these. How you can gain skills. You get your mandatory ones. You get your random ones. If you really want a random skill, don't. So we're gonna go for some of these. Let me see if we can find. So let's go to animal training. Let's go to like ambidextrous. You can use both hands equally well. They also have a plus 10% modifier for all risk tests based on dexterity to account for the greater adroitness. Adroitness, baby, we're back. let's see. Blather. Attempts of blathering against characters can be the same come. Blathering can be used in almost any situation to gain time. Successful test that dictates the blathering sex purpose for a 10-second combat round. Success by 10% or more indicates it works for additional d6 rounds. NPC will remain transfixed by the blathering character if they are in obvious danger. Yeah, boat building skill. Usually it's like a 10% bonus, but you can do something with it. Like brewing or the bribe skill. Being able to cast spells, charm animals, doing chemistry, clowning. Clowning is a skill, have no fear. Let's see, cooking, demon lore, disarm, cure disease, have no fear. Do you want to do the dance skill? Drive cart, embezzle. Yes, have no fear. Here's the entire embezzling. Have no fear. Do you want to learn how to embezzle? As a designer yourself, what do you think could possibly have gone through their minds to justify designing 10,000 skills? Well, the thing is, the thing is you have to remember, this is do you know how to do something skills. If you are making a character, for example, I want to make a character. My character is a jester. Okay, how do I represent that being a jester? Well, I have the juggle skill that lets me juggle, so I can juggle. Oh boy, woo! I'm juggling. I'm trying to juggle dice here. This is not working. This is atrocious. I'm dropping things. Oh no! Because like one of the big things here is this is purely for the RPG. This is like, okay, we need to make RPG thing. They kind of were like, let's take the war game and then make it an RPG. Ah, shit, how do we put the RP stuff in there? It's like they didn't. So they were kind of like... The best way to think about it, it would be, okay, I want to be a tomb robber. Okay, what can tomb robbers do? Hide in urban areas. Okay. Spot trap. Okay, yeah. Move quietly. It's like a stealth skill. Yeah, but I have to differentiate between rural and urban environments because that makes sense, right? Yeah. And like a majority of these can usually be boiled down to you get a 10% bonus or a 20% bonus to do something. That's what 90% of these are. You get some which is like, yep. You want to go into frenzied attacking? Yeah, cool, go for it. Including my favorite, the flee skill, the run away like a bitch skill. Very useful, by the way. Like that's the fuck this, I'm out. Again, we have the vernacular that a skill is like a, you have a, here, I'll open up actually. I'm gonna, for the sake of ease, I'm gonna open up. This is Heinrich and 40. Most of the time when you say skill, you're thinking it looks like this. Charm animal, willpower, 41. Oh, I have the cool ability under willpower, 5 advances, so I roll 40s. This is what I think a majority of people really think when you pressure them, what is a skill system? This is what they see. Back in the olden days, back in the 80s, this kind of stuff was very common. And you notice this if you look at kind of those older games, like, oh, it's a skill, but it's just like ability. We would call these like talents or abilities now. Yes, have no fear. You can do palm reading. Do you want to do the palm reading skill? Rune lores, you want to have the battle language. Yeah, battle language is always handy to have. Singing, Sixth Sense, fencing. Yeah, exotic weapon, like specialist weapons, you're going to need to use this if you want to use some fancier weapons. Having the surgery skill, never a bad idea, to be honest, to have. But that is how to make a character. It's really, really that there. So, what does the game master do? How are we making tests? What is a test at the end of the day? At the absolutely end, it is take a D100 and roll under. Hey, I want to make a dex check. I rolled a 46. I failed. I want to make a ballistic test. I rolled a 99 and I fail. Let's say I roll a 9. Wow, cool, I succeed. We also have a little bit of bias when it comes to like D100 systems. Oh man, 35% doesn't seem like a lot. It's really not, but give you a secret. 35% is rolling a, I believe it's 5, 10, 15, let's see, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. It is rolling a 13 or higher. Actually, no, that would be 5, 10, 15, 20. About a 13 or higher. Yeah, 13 or higher on a good old D20 kind of thing. Like I like percentile systems. I don't know why. I always like them. Very basic stuff when it comes to that. Nothing too exotic. If you know how to play a D100 system, you know how to play this game already. Nothing is really bizarre. Except when we get to initiative. Let me tell you about fucking initiative. Welcome to combined tests. Because the game kind of has some struggles with certain more exotic tests. So what it'll do is say, oh, okay, you want to make an exotic test. So why don't you take the average of your initiative and your dexterity together, and that's a new skill, quote unquote. That's your new ability. It's a little bit weird at first, but you're like, all right, I can see it. I see what you're doing. Like, I see what you're doing. Gotta make a gypsy in this game, dang. But yeah, no, race and alignment. Yeah. Penalty is increased to 10%. If you're a different race, people don't like dealing with you. You have a 10% problem with it. If you have animosity, it's 20%, and it's 10% for each level of difference. Yeah, to give you an idea, cost of during conversation with a neutral character, it will be modified by 10%. Yeah, elves have a physically more difficult time interacting with people because they're so good. They're so nice. Now, when it comes to like your strength and your toughness and things like that, what you are doing is you are multiplying it by, I believe, 10, and that's your quote unquote, that's your skill, quote unquote. It works. It is a thing that does in fact work. Yeah, it gets non-percentage. Multiply a characteristic by 10, gives you a basic percent chance. Yeah, very basic ones. The bribery skill will never not be funny. All of the different things that you can potentially do. And all of these potential things that you can do. All right here. It's very laid out. You know exactly what you're doing and how you're doing it. Now we have fate points. So, you are different. Yeah, if you were to die, you can burn a fate point and live to fight another day. However, it's unlike in second edition, they changed this because you had the fortune, but fate points are one and done. They are very simple. That you can survive death, and that's pretty much it. Nothing else too exciting. You survive death, but that's pretty fucking good. Over time, with the different editions of the game, their use changed quite a bit. As you can see, our yards per round, or 10 seconds. I didn't write this in, but I have a movement of 3, so I can move 12 yards per round because I am full of noodles. I imagine this game requires not really. Honest to God. Honest to God. This is the most important thing. This game is fucking easy. Like, yeah, it's like, here, like, it looks really confusing, but... Oh, I have the ride skill. Make me a dex check to keep hold of your horse. Oh, I have the ride skill. Okay, that's 10%. I got 29. You succeed. Good job. Clap. That's really 99% of the game. And of course, I'm on a computer, and I have to type this out to make sure that it actually works for like a majority of people. But like, it's not too hard. I would say this is probably the easiest version to kind of grok. Like, there's a lot of like the yards and stuff, but you can kind of change that to where you want to. It's a lot of like changing little modifiers. Yeah, it's like, oh, we need to change a modifier here. What do we do? Well, when you're swimming, if you are armored, you take this, but you have to have the swim skill to swim normally. You start to drown equal to your yeah. If you can't swim, you just start drowning. Why? Because yeah. Armor and encumbrance. You wear super heavy armor. But your encumbrance is also fucking insane, by the way. Heinrich can carry 200 before he's encumbered. Dwarves can carry up to like some insane amount because they get a bonus to it. Yeah, it's like when you start getting the things like jumping, it's like, cool, it's controlled vertical descent. Roll D6 to detect when score the distance jumped. Accidental damage first jumped in yards, rounding up to the nearest full yard. 0 or less, no damage sustained. Score is positive and loses that many wounds. Flying creatures. Yeah, how do we fight flying creatures? You don't. You stab them to death. How to hack through walls. Because that's important, right? Also, you're gonna get a lot of wizards coming in their jorts. I don't know why it keeps happening. Well, Lord, you gotta remember, this is important, Lord of all Chonkers. This was 1986. The elves were all good. They weren't the Azur, they were elves. You know, elves. And there's the elf. there is the elf army. Because that is what elves are. They are not the Azur yet. That's like the funny thing. It's like, yeah, there's the dark elves and things like yeah, this is the game from, this is from 1986. This is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1E, first edition. All of that shit isn't. It's funny because, like, you might notice things like this seems like really, like, even the idea, like, oh, what the fuck? There's an alignment system? Yeah, there's an alignment system. It's 1986. Like, we've got a book of D&D. We've got a copy of D&D open. We've got, like, yeah, it's funny how just, like, how 10 years can change things. Because even, like, second edition, alignment's out. Like, that's not even a thing. activating traps. Again, one of the funniest fucking pictures ever. there's multiple levels to this like picture that I just find funny. just look at it. It's perfect. So goofy. Yeah, booby traps, setting fire. Hey, do you want to learn how to set fire to things? There you go. Poisons. What do poisons do? Don't forget about your man bane, elf bane, black root, troll bane, lizard bane, dragon demon bane, beast bane. Look at all your poisons, which depending on your dosage, different things happen. My favorite being with toxins with man banes, unconscious, paralyzed, dead. Yeah, you want to get, have no fear, everyone. Do you want to get the Black Plague? Yeah, okay. Now, Insanity. Insanity is an option open to game masters, which enables the players to further develop the personalities of the characters. Yeah, Insanity is an optional subsystem you can add if you feel like it, but you don't have to. This is completely optional. And it's very funny that it is completely optional. You could get different disorders. Have no fear. Do you want to get catatonia, or do you want to get claustrophobia or dementia? Heroic idiocy, kleptomaniac. Manic. Have no fear. Hate. I'm a misogynist. Like, yeah, let's see if I can find. There we go. Like, again, perfect image. 9 times out of 10. Perfect image. Like, they are. You know, use 1986 lore and rules. Like, honest to God, I'm surprised Owlcat hasn't tried to, like, petition. I can guarantee you they've probably petitioned it more than once. But, like, just... Oh, God, it's so fucking funny. Yeah, also, if you want to remove disorders, the best way to do it is, you don't forget about doing surgery on them. When it's... Oh, no! Oh, no! He's manic. He's wild out. We need to fix him. Let's bring him into surgery. He's got a phobia. What do we do? Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Oh, I'm so sorry. We performed surgery and we failed. Yeah, so alignment, technically halflings cannot be good or evil, fun fact. Dwarves can be any, humans can be any. Elves cannot be neutral, evil, or chaos. Yeah, elves are all by default good. However, now with chaos, like, chaos is a thing, but it's not like a big thing. It's very funny. We get, again, we get our experience points, we get our major objectives, we get a bunch of XP, we get gold role-playing experience. Generally speaking, in a single evening of play, we should get 100 to 300 XP. Yeah, being too generous. So roughly about 150 is your average. They encourage you to go a little bit slow, but like every round, but every session they expect you to get a +1 or a +10. If you want to get those bigger ones, you have to kind of earn it a bit more. Yeah, events always made in respect to the starter profile. This is one of those weird notes. So to give you an idea, so right now with my willpower, I have a +10 advancement in it. That means I have 40. If I were going to take another career that also said willpower +10, it doesn't count anymore because my willpower already has the plus 10 applied. I would need to find a plus 20 or a plus 30 willpower increase to actually get the benefits of increasing it. Little bit weird, but I know exactly why they changed it. Yeah, 100 EPs can trade in for an advance. It costs 100 to leave your career, but you have to finish it. If you just want to change a completely new career, you can, but your range of skills costs 100 each new skills. New advanced scheme, new character chances to develop, old career abilities, breaking careers. And then technically like your the most human one, like the non-scheme one, those are like your end game ones. Alignment, restricting, adventuring careers. Yeah, so later Ingrid, so 8 advantages at the stage. However, Ingrid is option to move into second career, looking for career exit. Ingrid will become a scout. Advantage fits very well. 12 advantages in a new career. Not taking a prospector, so the job will occupy her for some time. As soon as she's bought or found her trappings and started to advertise her service, she can be considered a true scout. Later, Ingrid becomes a mercenary. The basic careers allow her to advance as she has not already taken, though it does additional skills for blah, 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 blah. More advanced careers give you more advanced options. That's pretty much the secret to huge success there. If you are an assassin, you have to if you move into an assassin, like, oh, I want to be an assassin. Here's your brand new advanced scheme. You haven't upgraded anything. This is just what it is. And then you have the option of purchasing all of these skills. Make sure you get all the trappings right. It takes a little bit of time. Of course, clerics, druidic priests, duelists, fences, freelance, giant slayer. Yeah, now, the thing is, as a giant slayer, there is no demon slayer or dragon slayer. Giant slayer is the final evolution of the troll slayer. You go to troll slayer into giant slayer. That's it. Uh-oh, lobotomy. Yeah, you have no dragon or demon slayer. They would be added later. Highwayman, you kind of see like some of these have like an insane number of skills. Some of them have like really specific skills. And they're always kind of encouraged. You're always kind of encouraged to keep moving forward. So, hey, fully complete the sergeant career by taking all the advantage, pay 100 EPs. So you take the sergeant, then you become a captain. Get all of these abilities, you get all of these, special things that you get. You can choose to go out and do your own thing, but you don't have to. You might just want to do your own thing. You might do your full career as a captain and then go into a new career for just skills. Like, I don't need any advancement. I just want different skills. The best parts of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay are still here. It just takes a little bit of time getting to it. Also, slavery was a part of it. Not anymore. Torture, witch hunter, and then wizards. You want to get as many. Yeah, you want to increase your wizard level as much as possible, so you can take the wizard career multiple times. You just upgrade your level. Yeah, adding career, add creatures, adding events, random treasures. A lot of little things. Creating NPCs are pretty easy. So let's go down to combat. Yeah, so here we go. Combat, everybody. So, basic ideas remained, but you kind of see here. This is what I mean by take your minis from your Warhammer Fantasy Battles adventures and put them on a map that we've made, and it's like, yeah, about 1 inch is 1 yard. That's how you do it. Welcome to video. Welcome to gaming, and that is how you play. Most of them are pretty simple. Most characters have one action, and your one action is charging, shooting, magic, just fucking beating somebody up. Nothing too exotic. So, you have now been engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Bases are touching bases. We are symmetrical docking. You can kind of see here with the different models in combat to make sure that you know of how to do. Models would not be common for pretty much any other edition. This is like the only edition in which it is very common. So let's say we hit. Now, if you hit someone, if I hit you with my weapon, let's say, for example, with Heinrich, if somehow with my 26, with my 20-fucking-6, I managed to hit you, I would hit you with my knife, and I would do 1d6 damage minus 2. I've done 2 damage to you, because I rolled a 4 and minus 2. I've done 2 damage. Doesn't seem like a lot. I have 6 wounds. That's a third of my health gone for a shitty dagger. But the thing is, so I'm gonna, you add the character strength and deduct the victim's toughness. So I do 2, so 2. I do d6. I do 4. Oh, I do 4 damage. So my strength is 2. So 4 minus 2, 2. Strength 2. I'm attacked. I've done 4 damage. Your toughness is 3. I have done 1 wound to you. Some weapons can do a lot higher. You can get a little bit higher there, but this is where kind of that naked dwarf syndrome comes in. If your toughness is 8 or 9, you are not taking any fucking damage. Yeah, armor from the armor damage. Yeah, armor can actually goes down, by the way. Target's wound characteristic. If you ever end up in a situation with a 0, if you have 0 wounds, you start taking critical wounds, and that's how you fucking die. You can attempt to parry. You have to, effectively, if you parry, it's like, all right, cool, I'm going to do a parry, I'm going to try to do this, and I'm going to try to stop the d6 damage. Yeah. You lose your attack, but you can use your shield as well. Unarmed combat. Most unarmed combat isn't that good, actually. And most weapons kind of do the same thing. Remember, everything is a d20, right? So if I want to really get the most out of it, that would be a 2-handed flail with +3. Let's say my strength is 4. I'm going to roll my d6. 2 plus 4. That would make it a 6 plus 2, 9 damage. 9 damage I have done. And if there's a chance that might not do anything, or it might instantly kill you. Naked Dwarf is funny. Because very few things can really do that amount of damage. Naked Dwarf Syndrome? Wait, is there a protagonist in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay? A protagonist is a professional bully. It is a very old term. It's a very old English term of a guy who goes around and beats the shit out of people for money. You are a professional thug. That is the big thing with a protagonist. It's a very old, antiquated term. Nobody uses it, but that's why it's also one of my favorite, because it's so weird. Naked Dwarf. Effectively, what you can do in this game, given some correct ways to build things, as well as some certain skills and talents, you can effectively be a completely naked dwarf and take no damage. Because of how the damage reduction works. You can take no to very little damage. So playing a dwarf who is completely naked with an axe is a very viable strategy. I wouldn't recommend doing it, though. That is Naked Dwarf Syndrome. You have an immortal character. Yeah, a lot of like, oh, you can wear how to wear all the armor types. Why am I not wearing armor, you may be asking? Well, that answer is very simple, because I don't have, because wizards take a big penalty anytime they wear any armor. Yeah, we can have the additional damage. If you want to beat Naked Dwarf Syndrome, you have to get very lucky here. Because this is your Ulfric's Fury in 2nd edition. But, for example, I roll a 6. Wow, I actually rolled a 6 here. I then retest my weapon skill, and then I roll it again. That's how you can get your, like, instant kills. But let's say, for example, we got our critical hit. Let's say, for example, I've got my critical hit, and let's say I've got my +2 critical hit. I'm gonna roll here. I rolled a 95. Ooh, 15. All the way down to Let's roll my arm. So your blow destroys your opponent's shoulder joint almost totally. The arm hangs limply, a mass of tattered and pulpy flesh with protruding fragments of bone. By chance, one of the bone splitters has severed a major artery, and after a fraction of a second, your opponent collapses, with blood pouring out of the ruins of his shoulder. Death from shock and blood loss is almost instant. Yeah, no, that's how you get your, pretty much anything above 15 is instant death, but it's like, how instant? Head. Your opponent's head flies off in a random direction, landing 2d6 feet away. And some of these can be very bad. The more of these you get, this is how you really, I would say, die. I don't know why. To give you an idea, Twitch just said that, it's just like, nope, that's not allowed. Yeah, this is the sudden death chart if you want to make things really easy. Yeah, you died pretty quick. Yeah, hitting larger enemies. If you're a halfling fighting an ogre, you can only hit their legs, kind of thing. Different ways to throw our problems around and deal damage to them. Flying creatures, sharpshooting, loaded weapons. Gunfire, have no fear. Subject to misfires. Any natural dove then has a misfire chance. 74. Let's check. Charge fails to ignite. Must reload to fire. When in doubt. So, if you have with wounds, let's see. Owie zowie. I have run out of wounds. Has 2 or more remaining wounds. Your light has less than 2 remaining wound points. Not suffered a critical hit. Suffered 1 or more critical hit. Lightly wounded characters recover naturally. Yeah, you need, if you are severely injured, you're going to need the surgery or heal wounds skills. Yeah. You're going to need to do that pretty much any fight can be pretty dangerous in this game. And that's appropriate. Magic. This seems really big and really intimidating. The secret is magic points. What is magic points? You can only cast level 1 spells at level 1. And you use that by spending magic points. So, let me see if I can find like a really basic. If you have the proper ingredients, you get a bonus to your magic points. Things get a little bit cheaper. So let's do you can see how to purchase new spells, targeting, completing careers. The magician career, learning more spells. There it is. Yeah, you can't learn that many spells. So let's see. Yeah. Oh no, you're a dumbass and using things you shouldn't be using because you fell for the oldest trick in the book. Boobs. Damn it. So, no, that's alchemist. Yeah, wizards. You kind of see here all the wizard schemes, all the different abilities you get. let's find. We are at, also, again, fantastic image. So we want to do, God, not demonologist, not an elementalist, not an illusionist, necromancer. Okay, we're not a priest yet. We don't want to be a priest. Don't worry, being a cleric is very, very powerful in its own right. Okay. I want to cast glowing light. Boop, boop, boop. I'm casting the glowing light. I cast it on one object. Must be holding. Well, light equivalent of a lantern. Light lasts 1 hour. By further magic points. That is how you do it. Very rarely do you need a check for these. And if you do need a check, for example, if we not battle magic. For example, here we go. Here's our fireball. Level 1. It requires 1 magic point, 48 yards. Ball of fire. Target the same character group. Target restriction applied the same way as normal missile fire. You still have to make a check. But it automatically hits the target. Yep, congratulations. Yep, there you go. 1d10 wounds on the target. Irrespective of any armor. So let's see. I hit you with a fireball and I do 6 damage. Pretty fucking good, especially when you consider that armor doesn't work. However, it's 1 per fireball, and you need a ball of sulfur to keep that spell cost low. You can fly if you want. A lot of the time with the spells, the secret to the spells is acquiring them and knowing that you don't have many. I think that's a big way of thinking about it. When you pick up a spell, that is one, you have now put out like 1/10 of your possible spells down. If you pick up a spell here, you pick up a noticeable number that you do not have now. And it's a cost expenditure of, instead of improving my skills, I have to buy magic. Instead of improving my abilities, I have to buy magic. Yeah, and it's always that you need to find the way to find ways to cast. And being a wizard is being expensive. You need to do a lot more. A warrior is going to be able to invest in a lot more cool things. You're going to be investing in more ways to hit someone with a fireball. Mostly because some of the bigger ones don't actually do that much, even though, again, fantastic fucking image here. Like, absolutely gobbledygook. This art is ancient. 1986, baby. Look at this. Just appreciate the look of this. Just multiple levels of hilarity. Also, level 3, by the way. This is Cause Fear. 5 magic point. A high level wizard is, mind you, getting usually 1d6 to 2d6 magic points per. Warhammer Fantasy 1e. 1e is probably the most caster friendly game because you can get a shit ton of magic out there, especially when you start getting stupid shit like Blast, which is, yeah, everyone, yeah, I hit d6 creatures and everyone takes everyone takes 1d10 plus 8 wounds. But this is a end level spell, so you're gonna fucking need it. Usually, like, the evil guys, you get some more powerful abilities. The problem is they just kind of bite you a lot more. Let me see if we can find the illusionist. Welcome to being an illusionist. Oh, yeah, the illusionist is very funny because that's a completely different way of doing things. And the zap bitch spell. Have no fear. Tactless moment. And again, I have my favorite spell of all time, which is Annihilate Undead, otherwise known as, again, Zap Bitch, Get Out the Way. Testicle Obliteration spell. Yeah, I thought about making that a sticker. I was severely tempted to. But yeah, you kind of even see like, oh, here's all the magic items, here's all the abilities. This is all the religion stuff. They kind of operate on the same idea. You have your magic points, which you get your magic points back differently. Instead of just resting, you get them by worship. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, still make a magic. Even these must still take a magic test with -10 modifier. Yeah. Then you have Cain, Lord of Murder. Raya, the Mother Goddess. Sigmar Heldenhammer. Yeah, Sigmar Heldenhammer is considered a minor deity in this version. He gets less than the druids. You do get all the dwarf and elf gods and the halfling gods. Let's not forget that technically the halflings have gods. We just don't hear about them at all. And of course, we have our 3 chaos gods mentioned: Khorne, Nurgle, and Malal. Yep, Khorne, Nurgle, and Malal. He plays as follower of the gods of law. Like, technically, but most of them are like... You'd be playing an elf, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's the... you're playing like a pretentious elf if you're doing that. We'll kind of go through the sound of the beast here. You kind of even see, like... This is what I mean, like, yeah, so the weapon skill, ballistic bow skill, and ballistic skill. So, hey, I want to... In a Warhammer battle, weapon skill is 6. The average is 57, but this is how I determine what it is. Oh, my strength and toughness remain the same. Yeah, initiative. Like, a lot of these are supposed to be very simple and be able to convert it over from different books and different abilities, effectively. Chaos, Beastmen, Dwarf, Elf. Yeah. There are Sea Elves and Wood Elves. That is, and technically there are Dark Elves, but the Dark Elves don't do things. Yep, here is the entirety of the elf. We do have the Thamir. Yeah, the Thamir are pretty big here. Giants, goblins. We have fucking gnomes. You know, gnomes. Hobgoblins. Here, yeah, hey bro, here's your lizard man. Yeah, here's your lizard man, by the way. They live underground and steal people from steal dwarf children. There's your lizard man, bro. It was Zinch still in Esmal's the ancient pool. He got caught up in the rights issue and never pulled up again. Yeah, the ultimate chaos god. Yeah. Yeah, lizard men are in. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, this is yeah, orcs look really different. And yes, they do cite that Norskins are in. Yes, Norskins. You can't play a Norskin per se. You don't have like a special ability or something. They're just there. You're like, yeah, where are you? I'm from Norska. You know, Norska. And then we have the Skaven. Yep, the Skaven have been here since 1E. They're not good, but they are there. Snotlings, Trogs. Here is your Chaos. Here's your Chaos Warrior, your Warriors of Chaos. Very spooky. mostly some monsters. Very simple monsters, relatively speaking, but there are all of them that you can think of are there. Yeah, if you want some soul with a V, here you go, baby. Manticores. Let's see. Let's keep going. You can fight Zotes. Yeah, fucking Zotes. Yeah, they aren't around anymore. Liches, mummies, vampires. It's legit just full on a vampire. You want to fight a ghost? You go on, fight a fucking ghost. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about fucking nothing? Yeah, our greater demons. Yeah, like the codification of like the chaos gods are not really as... You don't have a plague bearer. You have a demon, and it's a demon of Nurgle. And it's just like, okay, this is your demon of Nurgle. This is your plague bearer. Like, yeah, it's like, this doesn't look like a plague bearer. Fuck. And then mostly the rest of this is kind of like, oh, it's the old world. A lot of the lore is similar. I think that's the big thing. The lore and such is very similar. There's just like these caveats that are like, yeah, remember this? And you're like, yeah, we had no idea what the fuck we were doing. What the fuck do you mean? But most of them are pretty simple to understand. Most everything is kind of the way you would expect. Yeah, here's the sample adventure in the back of the book. Get our sample characters, all of our appendices, and that's it. Warhammer Fantasy 1E. It's an oldie. It's a very old game. It has its benefits, it has its drawbacks. I did decide to bring up, let me find, because there's a lot of like expansion books for each of them. So here's the dwarf. Here's the dwarf source book. So a lot of like each of these games usually have a number of source books that just expand on different concepts. Here it's like, hey, do you want to learn all about how dwarfs do? Here's how grommels. Hey, do you want to play? Do you want to have a dwarf handgun? Here's how you make dwarf handguns. Here's a fucking gyrocopter. Do you want to play as a gyrocopter? Go for it. You want to have a dwarf steam tank? Awesome. Here's all of the ruin things that you could do. Each of these do add more stuff to the game, and that's kind of the way that they want to do things. Have no fear. Here's all the dwarf stuff that you want to do. Here's all the special dwarf. Ooh, yeah. No, have no fear. Here's all the special dwarf things. In case you want to do one of your various types of dwarves. Oh, I'm a Norse dwarf. I'm a mountain dwarf. Oh, where are you from? Oh, well, I'm from Barakvar, or I'm from Khazar-Azor. That's where I'm from. Here's the base new careers of farmer, miner, alchemist, guy with a gun. Yeah, then we actually have, here's where we get it, the Dragon Slayer and the Demon Slayer. Yeah, if you manage to get up to Demon Slayer, you are effectively a nightmare murder machine. Yeah, bunch of new skills, bunch of new abilities. Do you want to have more stuff? There's always more books. This is Hogshead 2002. So, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. They were putting out multiple books pretty consistently. But we have finished 20. And now we're gonna kind of rush through almost 2E. Because the secret for me in 2E is that 2E is probably one of my favorite games of all time. And I really like 2E, and I think more people should love 2E. It says FFG. Technically, it started as with Hogshead, then it went to Black Library, and then it went to FFG. Effectively, Hogshead was their TRPG subgroup, but they went defunct and they sold everything to FFG. Some of the, as you kind of even see, kind of like the original creators, and then Chris Promise. Dan Abnett's in there, to like Graham Davis. A lot of different people. A lot of John Blanche, of course, is still here. Yeah, a lot of people were involved in this game. First published in 2005. Yeah, it took a long time. This was about a decade and a half before a new version of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay came out. And there are still people who cite that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition is the greatest game ever. That's, I think, one of the funniest things. Like, people still are like, yeah, this game's amazing. And, yeah, I know, I fucking believe it. It's good. So, let's do what we do best. Let's do our little introduction. Hogshead is who put out Noblesse, right? No. That was different group, same thing, same name. It's weird. Noblesse's development in general is several magnitudes weirder of who's who. But yeah, here we go. We got a 2nd edition. It kind of leads straight up with character creation, but if we're gonna do this right, we need to find 2E Heinrich. So, Heinrich Schumer. 2E, as you can see here, he is human as always. He's an apprentice wizard. Try to keep things the same as always, but as always, I did re-roll our stats, and it didn't turn out that much better. No, it turned out worse, arguably. We're a little tougher, but yeah, not much else. Not much else. So, humans, dwarves, elves, everything. Yeah, you should know how to play one of these. And then we're going to be rolling on our table here. Little bit more forward, I would say, when it comes to playing different races and playing different things. You still have the option of like, what do you want to play? But here's are your options. The 20 plus 2d10 will become more established as the default. 20 plus 2d10. All of us have one attack, starving wound, strength bonus, and toughness bonus. You can even see strength and toughness got converted into what we would, be more accurate normal attributes, with our SB and our TB being equal to the tens place. Can you convert your favorite models over from Warhammer Fantasy Battles to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition? Yes, it takes longer though. There's a guide you have to follow to convert everything over. And I think that's the one of the secrets with 2E. Is that it is much more its own thing rather than a supplement to the war game. Even have Shaila's Mercy, have no fear. Yeah, starting wounds. We had wounds, all right. How many wounds do we have? Well, I believe we ended up with about 10 wounds. Not a lot. No, we have 12 wounds. 12 whole wounds. Yeah, we don't have that many. We do have some starting fate points. We actually started off with a decent amount of fate points. 3 whole fate points. We can get more. Racial features. As a human, you get these for free, effectively. So common knowledge, gossip, speak language, and Reichspiel. if you get a language, if you get something, gossip, perception, or any of these, if you get these, you don't take a penalty when you are rolling them. You can technically do this with any of them, but you might take a small penalty to it. I don't take a penalty, but if we increase it, for example, if I get 2 more skills in Common Knowledge Empire, 10%, 20%. Much more basic. Much more basic in that regard. So we rolled. We rolled on our silly little chart here. Elves and dwarves do not get a choice of what talents they get. We get 2 random ones. We got pretty lucky. We got Night Vision and Savvy. Yes, Night Vision and Savvy. Good. Debatable. Worth it? Definitely. Now, your main profile goes up by 5% intervals. So, for example, if you see this, it would be 5%, 10%. You do get, well, 1 free advance, as you kind of see here. If I go all the way up here, I ended up taking, if I remember correctly, increasing my magic by 1. That was my free advance. Again, you're paying, you pay forward. You know. You are paying forward a lot more in this game. So we invested there, but for example, if I took this, my agility would now be 27. Because 5 plus 22 is that. And then adventure awaits. So our starting careers. This seems dramatically small, and I'm going to tell you why it seems really small. Because there's a very special book, and let me pull it up here real fast. And it's arguably my favorite book of all time when it comes to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition. There's a ton of different books for this game, and I love all of them. But I'm going to open up, I'm going to give you all the funniest one. If it opens. Come on, baby. Come on. She's a big one. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. 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 We have the Career Compendium. Now, what's the Career Compendium? It is, okay, here we go. Hey, baby girl, how you doing? So, welcome to the Career Compendium. To give you an idea of the pure fucking scale of this game, of what it eventually would morph into. Here is your D1000 chart. D1000 of possible careers that you could take. Anything you could possibly want is on here. And we're not even doing it, mind you. We are not even thinking about all of the other careers. Because if we go all the way up here, you can see how many different careers there were in the game. Some of them are exclusive to certain books, and this isn't even all of them, because this is just only the main ones. Because certain books do have special careers, which we'll talk about one of the special books. But just to kind of give you like just the scale that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay really was operating on. It was a very big scale than you would normally think. And it's one of the reasons why I love it as much as I do. But we're mostly working on our first, no, the second edition. This is our most basic one, our D100 list. So let's do two quick rolls here. So let's say I am a dwarf. I'm a dwarf, 46. Congratulations, I am a pit fighter. All right, let's say I'm an elf. As an elf, I am an apprentice wizard. All right, let's say as a halfling, I am a mercenary. And as a human, 86, I am a toll keeper. Yep, there you go. Also, don't forget about all your different charts. You really, really want them. So, we have filled in our basic abilities here. So now, let's go all the way here. Forget about buying. If you want to get into a changing career, you need to buy all of your big things. Two things you got to do. Collect all the trappings, and then pay 100 XP. They mostly say you need to get the trappings, but you need to kind of stay in there for a while. I'm going to give a, let's see if we can bring it over here. So, Apprentice Wizard. As an Apprentice Wizard, I get all these skills. And I get all of these talents. All of these. So I get everything here. And here's my advanced scheme, which I get a +1 on. If I want to be good person, I didn't want to go to a journeyman wizard. I'm going to need to get everything for the journeyman wizard. And then kind of qualify for it. That takes time. And you're going to be leveling up. You're going to be improving things as you can. Bailiff, same idea. Most of these are pretty basic of what you're actually going to end up with. Oh, let's get rid of you. How do you roll? You don't roll for all of them. More like you roll for half of them. You can only advance into. If you want to roll a D1000 chart, it is 3 D10s. One you have. So, for example, if I got my 3D. So, for example, I rolled a 1, 7, and a 0. So I would roll 171. But if I were to roll 10, 1, 6, I would roll a 16. We love gambling. There's 2 reasons for procedurally rolled characters. One, it's easier to get into. Easier to kind of pick up and just go because you're just rolling for whatever your character is. You just roll for it. So you don't really need to. There's not a lot of hemming and hawing. The game says roll 2d10. I rolled an 18, so I'm 38. Cool, that's it. Done. No, like, oh, we gotta assign points, gotta do that. And it was the second kind of big reason is that you end up with more natural characters, if that makes sense. Rolling to become a coachman is saying, all right, I am a coachman. I've got all of these skills, I got all these talents. What do I want to do as a coachman? If he dies, which is very likely in Warhammer Fantasy Roll, I'm not gonna doubt. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's hard to die. It's pretty easy to fucking die in this game. To make another character does not take too long, relatively speaking, because it's a lot of random rolling. Like, you can make Heinrich here. Really, the hardest part about Heinrich was writing in all of his like little ability. Like, it was like writing in all of these just because you have to go through a lot of different books. You have to just go through a lot of different books, and it's not hard though. It takes very short amount of time rather than the hemming and hawing. Obtaining envoys, stallion distros. The field warden, fisherman, and let me find him. Yeah, technically you can play a Kislevite warrior if you want. You know, Kithban, you know, marine, mercenaries. Lot less restrictions. I think that was one of the big things. There is a lot less restrictions compared to 1E. You can be a noble and roll dog shit, have nothing. You can be a Norse berserker with like 5 weapons, with like 20 weapon score. You can. Is it gonna be hard? Yeah, fuck yeah, it's gonna be hard, but you can do it. Nothing's stopping you. And professional bullies. Yeah, pretty easy to kind of go through. You can't even see, like, it's kind of to the point. Like, there's a lot of these, but Troll Slayer, Vagabond, Valets, Watchmen, Woodsman. My big thing as well, you get to summon the giant bear spirit. I think in the Kislev book you can do summon, like, bear summon shit, but no. But yeah, advanced career. Yeah, you want to look at the advanced careers? Oh yeah, there's more. Anointed priest, artisan, assassin, capitan. So let's say, for example, again, our Demon Slayer. It's very easy getting into Demon Slayer. Relatively speaking, the problem is you have to kill a demon. The demagogue, the duelist, the engineer. And yeah, flagellant. You have to have at least 1 insanity to enter this career. Yeah. Good old giant slayer. Yeah. You must have slain a giant to enter this career. Guild. You are a herald, a high priest, highwayman, innkeeper. Yeah, innkeeper. Trappings, inn. So, as a journeyman wizard, you need a grimoire and a writing kit. Easy. However, you need to pay 40 gold to enter this career to obtain a license. Yeah, you have to avoid this defrauding, or yeah, you have to. You can, yeah. Well, welcome to being the real, the real problem when it comes to playing a wizard, in which you must get extorted by your college. Yeah, all of these things, like, you need a shit ton for some of these. Bunch of different trappings, different mates, and different abilities. It ain't easy being some of these. It ain't easy being green. Also, wizard lore, not expected to pay. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you're not expected to play any, your orders anymore. However, you have your own problems. So, why not go for a full elf wizard? Yeah, but elf. Why would I want to be an elf? Entry-level jobs taking 5 giants of experience. They wouldn't even necessarily. I wouldn't even call them prestige classes, because, like, didn't win the poll. Yeah, the rat catcher did not win the poll. But I think Heinrich has been showing a very interesting, different way, especially when it comes to the magic systems, because magic has always been kind of a weird thing. Skills, it's D100. You know how this goes. Really, the only hard part when it comes to getting skills is if they're advanced or not. Everyone can do a basic skill test. There are no problems with doing a basic skill test. However, things can go wonky with them as well. So, let me see if I can find the ooh. The rover on his career, the following skill. Yeah, let me see if I can find. Yeah, like, most of these are pretty simple. You get some like dodge blow. Like, yes, this isn't a skill that you can pick up. There's no real weird skills compared to like 1E. I will say that. No weird skills outside of read and write, but that's less weird and more strange. But, you know, trade, and then we have all our talents. I end up with etheric attunement, so I get a bunch of, if I look here, you know, oh cool, with etheric attunement, I get a bunch of bonuses. Talents are always good to have. There's never a problem with getting a talent. Some of the talents, though, are like cool-headed, which is like, here's a bonus to your willpower. Cool. Like, nice to have. But, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Anything else? No? Alright. Yeah, different magic abilities, different skills, different abilities, things like that. Most of them are pretty easy to understand. Most are like 5%. It's 5, 10, or 20. Those are your big changes. You have a 5%, 10%, or a 20%. Alternatively, it's like a +1. Strike mighty blows. You get +1 bonus damage. That's all that it is. On the other hand, you have no fear. You have the terrifying thing. You are literally scary. And people don't want to be around you. Coinage, gold crown, 20 silver shilling, 240 brass pennies. Availability, craftsmanship. Money becomes weird later on, but very simple. Do you have money? Here is all your weapon abilities. Of course, Heinrich, again, only has his, Heinrich only has his quarterstaff. It does just strength bonus -2 damage. His quarterstaff doesn't do any damage. No, our boy Heinrich is made of noodles. It ain't good. He just rolls a D10 anytime he actually hits you with a weapon. He just rolls D10, nothing else. Being Heinrich is not fun. Now, when it comes to armor, a lot of people are like, oh man, I gotta have all this like different armor. Like, you can just use the basic armor system. Here we go. Do you have no light, heavy, medium, or heavy armor? 5, 3, 1. If you want to have advanced armor, that's where it's like locational based. I would, if you're playing it for the first time, basic armor is your way to go. If you want to get off, if you want to have the little, if you want to have the tism, then yeah, then do your armor types and like, yeah, go full on. Don't worry, I'll let it pass. If you want to play Warhammer 3, he's in his general direction. He just folds over. Yeah, that summarizes him pretty well. A lot of clothing. When in doubt, get the best clothing. Always remember it, or robes. Starving, food, drinking horribly. You're my death mate. Are you looking at my halfling? I've only had a few ales, officer. Stinking drunk. I'll take your all. You pass out in a pool of your own vomit for 1d10 hours until someone wakes you up. Yeah. Yeah. If you're about to take this half action, he's like, yeah, I can do it. I'm fine. Fall over. A lot of just random shit as well. I'm kind of zooming through it because there's actually not too much to talk about when it comes to this. It's a lot of stuff. So, we have finally reached combat. Again, everything is 6-second rounds. Nothing too exciting there. And then we roll initiative. What is initiative? This is technically it is a D. The way to determine initiative in 2E is a little bit funky. So you roll a D10 and add your agility characteristic. That's it. Now you may be wondering, but why? So my agility is 22. I'm going to roll my D10 and get a 1, so I act on 23. It's a little bit a way of randomizing it. If you really want to, you could probably just use... If you really want to, and I say really want to, just use agility. That speeds things on along. A lot of the time when people are talking about like, oh man, it takes forever to do this, it's like, if you do it rules is written, you can change things and nothing really changes. Surprise, have no fear. So, actions, full action, half action, a free action. 1 full action, or 2 half actions, but usually it's like 1 or 2 free actions I allowed usually. That was always my thing. It was like, you get 1 or 2 free actions depending on what you're doing. So, half action, casting, charging, fighting. Most of the time, you can walk and attack someone pretty easily. Get to where you need to go and hit someone in the head. However, this is where things get a little bit wonky. Advanced actions. Now, again, all of these are advanced. These are optional. If you really want to do it, here's how you make here's your attack, here's your standard attack, here's your swift attack, multiple attack. Ooh. Advanced, all-out attacks, defensive attack. What I would recommend, if they know how to play TRPGs pretty reliably, then give any of the like all-out attack. You can add in these pretty easily. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can if your players know. Roll to hit. So, roll to hit. Heinrich rolled an 8 miraculously. Fucking miraculously. He rolled an 8. So he actually hit with his weapon score. So we would then flip it to determine what our thing is. So he rolled an 8. So we look over here and we switch and now it's 80. So then we look at the hit location. What's 80? 80 is body. So I'm hitting them straight in the body with my stick, going boop. Easy peasy. So roll damage and using a 10-sided die. So 10-sided die, I do 6 damage and add my weapon, which is 0. Bonk. And it's toughness bonus and armor points. So with 6 damage, if Heinrich attacked himself, he would take 3 wounds because he doesn't have any armor on. Which is a good amount of wounds, to be perfectly honest. That's 3 wounds brings me down to 9. That's a fourth of my HP. These can get a lot bigger. Naked Dwarf Syndrome can occur. It's a lot less likely though. Naked Dwarf occurs if you are like really interpreting certain things and trying real hard to kind of like justify certain things. So it's a very particular thing. Because you can then go into dodge and parrying. You are using an attack action that you have to try to stop them. Usually you want to do this with a shield, but if you're fighting if you're fighting mono a mono, you can only make 1 parry per round. Oh god, 1 parry per round, Jesus. Yeah. You can kind of go into like slap fight. It's easy early on to enter slap fights, but probably one of the most important thing in the world Yeah, it only happens raw or not even raw. Like Naked Dwarf occurs in here if you are deliberately misinterpreting rules or you are extremely lucky / unlucky. If you're extremely lucky, the enemy is just not rolling well, and your toughness bonus and your toughness bonus is kind of beating it out, but that's not going to last forever, if that makes sense. The second you fight a black orc with a choppa, sorry, Naked Dwarf isn't going to do anything. You're going to get chopped to bits pretty fast. But on the other hand, if you're fighting like fucking Ungors, like, yeah, maybe you can get around things. So, difficulty, test combat, Ulrich's Fury, yes. D10, if you roll a 10, you roll it again. Well, you rolled a hit again. Same thing. So you hit that 10. Wow, cool, 10 damage. Reroll my weapon attack. You hit again. Roll it again. I rolled a 19 damage. 19 damage is fucking horrific. That will kill 95% of anything. 14, 10, yeah. 10, another 32 damage. 32 damage will kill nearly anything that is not extremely heavy armor. I'm talking like Chaos Plate tier armor and has an insane toughness bonus and ways to mitigate. And even then, you're probably bringing that Chaos Warrior down to like 1 HP. Like, he's like, please make it end. I am going to die. And then they have this. Speed it up. Speed it up. Hit me anywhere. Doesn't matter. We just roll. Sudden death for everyone. Anytime you reach... anytime you do critical... Anytime you get a critical hit, you just roll and it's over. Also, get bonuses. Sudden death for everyone. Action. Here's another half action. 3 half actions. Cool. All right, awesome. You do things a lot more actively. Less is more. Just don't allow certain actions. If you really break this game down to its core essentials, remove all of like the advanced options or special options, this game runs pretty smooth. Very easy. It's just adding in like hey, do you want to have these special options? Do you want these? And it's like, yeah, I do, so we're going to do that. Yeah, cannot take any action to get free actions like dodge. Strike to stun, baby. When in doubt, strike to fucking stun. It makes your life so much easier. It's strike to stun, baby. I'm having fun going over this. Critical hits. So, let's talk about critical hits. So, you've taken damage and you have 0 health. What do we do? So, what do we do? Well, let's say we get hit by something with a +4. I rolled a 33. 33 with a +4 is an 8-tier wound. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Rolls a 7. He's got a critical effect number 7. So let's say let's say, for example, if we look here, we've got a 7. Actually, no, we got it it was an 8. Like it turned into a dangling mess of bloody meat, and the character is considered helpless. Blood loss is such that the victim has a 20% chance of dying each round until medical attention is received. Yeah, losing an eye, losing hands, losing feet, knocked to the ground, going to die horribly. Yeah, it might be permanently yeah. We all know Google spies on us, but what are some secret terms of service so your shit doesn't get flagged in Google Docs? If you're getting to the point where things are getting flagged in Google Docs, that is several issues your problem, not mine. I would recommend not doing terrible things, Solid. What the fuck are you uploading? Humans have, on average, more fate, therefore you have more fortune. Fate and fortune are one and the same. Fortune recovers at the start of every session. Fate does not. You go up to fortune equal to your fate. So fortune can be spent, reroll a failed test, gain an extra parry, increase your initiative roll, gain an extra half action. You're getting more things out of it. If you, let's say for example, oh no, I've been hit. I'm going to get my head ripped off. 8 point, no I don't. You just ignore all of it. If the chaos warrior is bringing down the axe of go fuck yourself, yeah, no, burn that shit and don't die. Yeah. Oh, have no fear. You can just shit yourself to death. The Kruts, Neglish Rot, Scurvy Madness, Weevil Cough. A lot of little movements, you can engage, in theory, in aerial combat in this game. I do not recommend it, but you can. So, good job, everyone. We've gotten through combat. We've learned all about it. Not a complicated game, by any stretch. How do we cast magic? Well, here we actually have the actual, colleges of magic. As you noticed in the previous, in 1E, we didn't have any of the colleges. So if we have our College of Magic, I was asking people, what would Heinrich be? What would a guy who is trying to be incredibly cool but not doing very well at being cool do? And the answer was that he would definitely join the Gold Order for no other reason than to say that he can. Yeah, not too extravagant. So, you need to know quite a few different things. And the big thing is, if you are... I have a magic attribute of 1, and I want to cast a magic spell. I would take 1d10, roll it, and try to beat my casting number. Sometimes the casting number is 2, other times it's 20. So you kind of see, since Fiery Blast is a high casting number, 21, she opts to roll all of her dice. 21, successive casting number, spells cast successfully. Channeling and ingredients. If you want to, you make a channeling test. If you do this, you add whatever your magic characteristic to your casting roll. 1d10 plus 1. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it goes a long way. Especially if you have a higher one, like a 4 or a 5 even. 3d10 plus 5 does mean a lot. If you have the right ingredients, you add a bonus to your casting roll. Even more bonuses. You want to have more bonuses. Yeah. Okay, cool. More and more bonuses. Now, yeah, regardless of spells cast number, the effect of window magic, if all your d10s come up with 1, the spell fails, you must take an insanity point. Alright. But, if you roll trips, if you roll dubs or trips, or quads even, you end up having chaos manifestations. Don't worry, these are a lot more common the more power you bring out. The more power you bring out, more awful things happen, such as, but not limited to, 18, your nose begin to bleed and continue until you make a successful toughness test. You can test once per round. Yeah, no, you just, oh no, my nose is bleeding. To the catastrophic ones, I rolled a 73. You suffer 1d10 wounds as 2-inch chaos rune burns its way into a random part of your body. Should you ever collect 13 of these, they will spell out a contract and signs your soul away to a ruinous power. Makes no difference, the contract. Yeah, no, if you get 13 of these marks, yeah, no, you're probably going to die horribly. Yeah, no, that's, you want Eat Your Mind, Called Into the Void. Yeah, no, you can, don't. You're probably going to die horribly if you get a catastrophic chaos mutation. Or it's going to be not good for you at all. Now, if you are a priest, you can technically do the same thing. You just have to suffer the wrath of the gods. That's you fucking up. Yeah, hence why, yeah. Oh, I want to wear basic. I want to wear armor, -5. Shield, -1. Spell damage and hit location, fireball, 3 magic missile. This means you roll 1d10, that's 3. Or damage total. 10 plus Ulrich's Fury die. Oh, wow. Ulrich's Fury. Touch spells, variable wins. Most of the time, like, when it comes to like the variable wins, again, kind of more of an advanced mechanic. You don't need it, but it's nice. Yeah, we will actually notice that in the old world, the orders of magic are not actually there. Honestly, I'm never in the fandom Warhammer system. Living the dream. Well, I didn't want to get flagged about talking about the Greek-Roman legend where the Lemnian pissed off a god and killed all the men because they found them disgusting with their curse. Girls Game Jam, female drugs. Okay, here's the thing, Solid. Google will flag you if you are posting child pornography. That's what Google flags. Google is, or you are plotting a fucking terrorist attack. That's what Google flags. They don't give a fuck about this. Oh no. Like, again, if you were plotting a terror attack or you were trying to upload child pornography, then Google would kill you. Hey, it's this and I'm being weird about I'm having some weird sex stuff. No one really cares. Again, just don't bring kids up. But variable wins. Let's see. So, petty magic. Technically, we all have petty magic arcane, and it's like magic dart. Magic dart is your friend. So if I want to cast magic dart, it's a casting number of 6. I take my 1d10 and I cast magic dart. It does 9 damage. There's a problem. Very easy to use. Now, if we have our petty magic, so we have our lesser magic spells. Everyone kind of has access to the lesser magics. So if we are not the lore of beasts, we're not the lore of death, we're not the lore of fire, lore of heavens, we're not any of that, lore of life, lore of light, lore of metal. Yeah, we have welcome to Laws of Logic or Curse of Rust. Silver arrows of Ara. Yeah, equal to your magic and hurl them at 1 or more 48 yard. Magic missile. Yeah, so equal to your magic characteristic. I have magic 5. I have 5 of these that I can just hurl 1 or more opponents. So you can just throw 5 arrows at someone, dealing d10 plus 3 damage each. Yeah. It's an action to use, but you can use them. Yeah, a lot of things like that. Then we get of course, we also get a chaos stuff. Summon lesser demon, visions of torment, dark hand of destruction, touch of chaos. Good old fashioned necromancy. Mm. Divine lores, different ones here. Yeah, quite a bit of options, relatively speaking. You get a lot more. You always have more things to work with, and I always like that. I always find that we even have, yes, religious celebrations. Lots of different, all the gods of the Empire, and of course, have no fear, Sigmar Heldenhammer. Paul and Raya, Ulrich, Reyna, Holt of Moor. I did play, it was a Moor Knight once. That was fun. Because he was just such a downer. It was so funny. Of course, we got all our different gods. And of course, we have all our gods. Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. All of them. And the GM, learn how to play the game. Don't be a dick. Always have things going on. Because, like, one of the big things about Warhammer Fantasy, I think a lot of people... One of the big things when it comes to Warhammer is that a lot of people think is Dirt Farmer Simulator, where you play dirt farmers and dirt farm it up. Not really. Even with, like, our base, it's a bunch of randoms go on a mission to do something. And it's like, okay, we've gathered up a bunch of idiots together and we're now going to go to a dungeon or something. We're going to go to a place and rob someone of their money. Or we're going to do something because a friend of ours is in danger and we're going to help him. It's kind of like with Harn, where Harn you have such like a weird assortment of like possible characters. Like what adventures does a farmer, a sailor, and a fucking, you know, a shitty fighter do? What adventures? You go on really mundane adventures at first that gradually kind of expand out. Like a lot of like the big campaigns of Warhammer Fantasy that come out, you know, Shadows over Bogenhofen and things like that. A lot of them are a bunch of dumbasses get in way over their head as they gradually progress through the adventure and the story. Oh shit, what do you mean the guy you robbed from was a goddamn vampire? Oh shit. Oh shit. What do you mean that the eccentric, you know, noble that you are working for actually works for a chaos cult? What do you fucking mean? Cool, now you have been drafted further into this, you know, adventuring life. You know, Sigmar trafficked with shadows, lost grandeur, appearances, campaign ideas. Yeah, you just do things that are weird. So, fate points. You are going to die. Burn them and get... How do you get more fate points? The big thing is... You get something... You get fate points back by doing something significant. And by that, it means, hey, as a player, I'm saying... we stopped a demon summoning ritual. We get a fate point. Awesome. Hey, we killed 3 bandits. More like at the end of an adventure. At the end of an adventure or at the end of like a big thing, it would like hand out a fate point. That's pretty reasonable. That's kind of the reasonable thing because you're probably going to be burning them early on. And having like 2 or 3 banked at all times is pretty damn good. Insanity. Oh, insanity. Mm. Mm. A delirious savior who is desperate of fear. Oh no. Yeah, most of the time, don't touch chaos shit. You will go insane, and you will usually try to kill people because you are a bad person. Really, it's going to make a lot of sense once you see that. Once you see that gold magic's said to be the soul of the burned witches, the fearsome handmaids can only see by their victims rising from doorways. Yeah, no. The rotworms, jade magic, all-knowing serpents. Give people XP. Give people XP pretty average. Usually about 100. Kind of a rundown of the Empire, of course. Nothing too exciting. I think this is like, again, we got our common creatures. We got orcs. We've got horses. We've got some common NPCs, and nothing too exciting from there. But Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, as I kind of end this off here, I love this game. I think that is not too radical to say. I adore this game. Holy boy, Sigma, bless this ravaged body. Yeah, you are a local farmer walking over. Oh, so I wanted to bring this up. Just kind of give you the here. There were more than a few of expansions for this, and all of them were bizarre in their own way, including Children of the Horned Rat. Yes, welcome to the Skaven expansion. You could play most everything in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition. Like, 2nd Edition has nearly everything in it. And, yeah, if you want to learn about how Skaven function, here's like a really good way of doing it. Skaven society, Skaven way of looking things, Skaven government, all the different clans. Because, let me see if I can find, all these have different things, of course. Let me see, where is it? Yeah, different war bands. You want to make your own clans there. Yeah, if you want to make your very own clans of Skaven, you can. They're all here. Different tools of war. Think Pain Skull, Skaven magic. Want to use Skaven magic? Technomancy. You want to have a gun? You want to have a warp fire thrower? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you want to make a Skaven character. If you want to make a full Skaven creating Skaven characters, yeah. Favor of the Horned Rat. The Mighty. So, congratulations. You can be the Chosen or the Mighty or the Common. Do you want to be a fucking Skaven? Yep, you can play this if you want. And here are, of course, basic Skaven careers that you can play if you want to play a bunch of clan rats. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a clan rat. I want to be a skirmish. I want to be a sensor bearer. I want to be a claw leader. That's what I want to be when I grow up. Yes, I want to become a master mutator or a plague priest. Yeah, but finally, my quest to become a storm vermin. Yeah, of course, we got all of these. It's Skaven species. If you want to have just a goofy adventure, there are Skaven do not exist. But yeah, a lot of different options with 2nd Edition. I'm curious. I love second edition. I have many fond memories of playing it. I didn't really cover everything with it because it's a very weird game. A rattling gun? Yes, rattling guns. Could you play Teclis from Wish? Yeah, it's just a high elf wizard. Yeah, the idea of Teclis from Wish would be you are playing a high elf wizard, and you are trying to become a grand wizard. It's not fun. You can do it. Teclis, notice me, senpai. But now, okay. Now we get to 3rd edition. Yeah. But I've been trying to become a Grand Wizard. Why is Grand Wizard banned? Yeah, it's a KKK thing, but it's a fucking wizard, man. But yes, you were trying to become a Grand Wizard? Technically, as a high elf, what you need to do is you need to get up to Wizard Lord, i.e. the highest rank possible, and then you can go to the Towers of Hoeth and then become a real wizard. The elves are like, yeah, you want to be a real wizard? Yeah, fuck off. Okay. Before we get into 3rd edition, I am going to get something to drink because my throat hurts. Because we've got 3 more games. 3rd edition, 4th edition, and Old World. We're going to be talking about them. Yeah, we're 3 hours in. Trust me, it's going to be weird. But I will be back in a minute. Relax, take a piss, do what you need. is Notepad Add-on, and I'm back. And it's time, everyone. Time for 3rd edition. So, I'm going to tell you a secret here. I'm going to tell you a secret about 3rd edition. You've probably played it wrong. We probably know about it incorrectly. So, we go hog fucking wild. This is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition. We go down here. Quite a few different people here, Jay Little and things like this. So, I'm going to give you a secret. This book, if you have a book that looks like this is not the right book. You're playing it wrong. What do you mean by that? This is part of a 4-book set called the Starter Set. This was the first product for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition. There were Tome of Mysteries, Tome of Faith, and the GM's Tome. 4 different things. And in an effort to help people, they had cards. You cannot play this game now. This game is actually physically impossible to play. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay The Player's Guide, which came out later as its own book. You kind of see this is 306 pages. This is 100 pages. This has most of the rules in it. But we also have another problem. The first half of this book is also unplayable. What do I mean by that? Well, because the game really assumes that you can't make a character in the player's guide. What you have to do, you can see, yeah, you kind of even see here, oh, this book references cards and components from several different products and component sets, including Player's Vault, Game Master's Vault, the Adventurer's Toolkit, Winds of Magic, and Signs of Faith. Available separately. Player's Vault is a perfect complement to this book, featuring components, cards, and other tools players need to manage his hero during the game. Page 140 of a 306-page book. This is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Lite, L-I-T-E. All you need is the Game Master's Guide, this book, and the custom dice. You need nothing else. And, I think we need a little bit of explaining of what the fuck's going on here. I think we need a lot of explaining. So who's the man behind Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition? That man is Jay Little. Who the fuck is Jay Little? I reckon ignore him. Let's see. Let me search. Oh, really? It was me. It was Jay Little. Kind of, prolific tabletop game designer. Oh, game design. Oh, Wikipedia game designer. So let's try to open him up. Jay Little, what has he made? X-Wing, Blood Bowl, Team Manager, Lord of the Rings adventure game. A lot of board games. Board games? Board games. Flip Fight, adventure games, Pompeii, Siege of the Citadel, Star Wars Unlocked, Star Wars X-Wing, a lot of the X-Wing stuff. A lot of X-Wing stuff. More X-Wing stuff. This guy's pretty important to X-Wing if you haven't noticed. Yeah, welcome to this guy's main thing, which was X-Wing. And why is that such a fascinating note? Because we have to... You must remember that Jay Little is a board game designer for FFG. And FFG has acquired the license now for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Now, FFG is, as we all know, is Fantasy Flight Games. And you may know them for a variety of different games, different things, but you probably know them probably best for Genesis. Do you know Genesis? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. They don't own Genesis anymore, fun fact, because they are a bunch of cucks. Well, not really the case, but Genesis game system. Genesis was made by them back in 2017, and currently they don't own it anymore. Yeah, they don't own it anymore because it's funny, and we live in a clown society. Have fun, it's great. But people probably know that because you see the Star Wars role-playing game, the era of, the Edge of the Empire stuff, now Edge Studios, which is owned by Asmodee. But yeah, Fantasy Flight Games, and then Edge Studios Star Wars role-playing. The funny dice game, you probably know this by. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition is the precursor to this. Is the precursor to Genesis. And in turn, Star Wars, Edge of the Empire, and things like that. It's the precursor version. You might be thinking that's kind of weird. And it is weird, because it was made by a board game company, by a board game designer, for board games, using special dice, cards, and tokens. And you can even see Jay Little design the system. Don't forget that. Jay Little is involved in this. Is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition shot in the fucking head with a shotgun, just literally showing up, kneecap exploded, horror, yes. It was really made with a different way. But I'm gonna do my three butts here. But it's a precursor to those systems, but it kind of does its own thing. And it could be interesting enough to look at as a historical piece. But you don't need the cards. You have ways of not using them, but they're not good if you don't use them. And some mechanics get infinitely more clunky if you do. If you do not have the cards and you do not have the special character sheets and the special things, it gets about 40 times more clunky than it really should be. Which leads me to my final but. But is it good? No. It's not a good Warhammer game. It's a good game. I don't know. I'm interested. I never liked Genesis. I never liked Star Wars because I didn't like the funky guys. I didn't appreciate the funky guys as much as I should. After reading this, I have gained I won't like it, but I won't hate it. And I would consider doing Funky Geist games. But let's get to it. So this is kind of the big thing is what you need to know about this. Does it even have a Wikipedia? Okay, it does have a Wikipedia, and I'm gonna do my best. So to give you an idea, in 2009, they released this as a box set. And that box set was cards, tokens, standees, everything. And it's accessible board game-like experience. Later on, did they release the combined real edition. And what I'm going to do is I actually need to have two versions out here. I have my two versions. These are the Player's Guide and Player's Guide copy are the exact same document. I am doing this just to make sure we can open up the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Lite to actually explain this shit. But let's go through it. We're going to go through the player's guide. I do have some of the namely I do have the Tome of Adventure of Game Mastery and things like that. This is technically the GM's guide and what you kind of need to play the game. You don't, but you do. It's nothing of this game is organized correctly. But let's get to it. Let's kind of even see. It's just such a bizarre. It's a bizarre game. Okay, I'm going to do something real fast. I'm going to check something. This could be really funny. Yeah, they don't live there anymore. However, I want it to be known that I can go to Game Center. I can go to the former place of let me. I can go to the former location of FFG. It would take me about an hour to get there. It would take me about an hour to get there, but yes, I can go to former FFG holdout there and go to their shitty place, but FFG is dead, so we can't have nice things anymore. I can go there if I want. It's very close. But let's get to it. Let's get to it. You can even see Warhammer, Warhammer Fantasy 11. This is the 11th thing that was put out. Let's get to it. Oh. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Brief explanation. Story mode and encounter mode. What do you mean FFG? What do you mean FFG is dead? FFG is dead. Like, effectively, FFG got purchased by Asmodee, but due to multiple rights issues, they got gutted. That was the, why do they package these ship as an individual expansion? I mean, on the website. Because fuck you, that's why. Funky Guys, what's the best part of them? The best part of the Funky Guys is that, how do I want to word this? There's a very tactile feeling of knowing you're doing better or doing worse. And that's interesting to me. And you'll understand why once we get into some of the stancing stuff. But yeah, modes of play, story mode and encounter mode. Story mode is normal things. It's not good. Encounter mode is your fight. In a movie or television, these scenes are often action scenes. Yeah. So, yeah, the active player assembles a dice pool of good dice and bad dice, such as challenge, and rolls them all together. He totals up Sigmar, he totals up hammers, and challenges. Each challenge gets rid of one success. Easy. However, boons and banes offer different things. You could make a check in which you have 3 successes but 2 banes. If you have 3 successes and 2 banes, you might succeed, but you might suffer a consequence for it. Little things like that. It's interesting. Good? Debatable. Interesting, though. So, getting started. So let me if we go to the game components, with the play and story encounter mode, players will need a variety of components to resolve a scene. Features small and large cards, punchboard tokens, custom dice, perform actions, track information, and serve other game functions. Warhammer Fantasy Corporate, Adventures Toolkit, Gathering Storm, Game Master's Toolkit, Winds of Magic, Edge of Night, Signs of Faith, Creature Vault, Player Vault, Game Master's Vault. Action cards. You will need these to do every single action you possibly can. Every single one is an action card. Career ability cards. Your special unique ability is a card. your condition cards, disease decks, the insanity deck, the item cards, the specialty cards, the mutation deck, the miscast deck, and let's not forget about location cards. These, they might have special rules or they might not. And then don't forget about talent cards and wound cards. And and how can we forget about your character sheet as well as your party sheet? Yeah, your career sheet is different than your character sheet. The full way, if you want to play this game correctly, is you have your career sheet next to your character sheet with the party sheet in the middle, and then you have like multiple decks of cards by the GM, and he might deal those out to you, or you might use them, or you might set them up in like a way, or you might slot them in on your little thing. So your punch board components, your activation tokens, your corruption tokens, fatigue tokens, tracking tokens, all your stand-ups, your stance progress and tracker pieces, very important in itself. So your individual play area might look like this. This is more of a board game than TRPG. Yeah, you see the... If you want to be approachable, then that's it. Because remember, this is 2010. Why does it remind me of the one version? Yeah. Now, mind you, this is 2010. What other very popular game is currently in its weird honeymoon phase still? What extremely popular game is currently in a honeymoon phase? But people are starting to notice and complain that it's too board gamey, it's too MMO-y. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. 3E was directly competing against 4E. And if you notice, I want you to think when we're going through some of these rules, I want you to think all of the problems that people complained about 4E and them trying to fix it or address it here. It's slightly different than you would think, and you look at it and you're like, that's interesting. Because if you look at some games going on a very opposite direction, less mechanic. You want to know another game that was around at this time? Powered by the Apocalypse. The Apocalypse world was making rounds at this time. This was the heyday of the Forge and shit. You have people like 3E here kind of pivoting really strong into the more board game, more mechanical. We have special dice, we have cards, we have all of these tokens, we have all of these things. Versus things like Apocalypse World, where it's like you have a play sheet and 2 dice, and that's fucking it. And it's very heavy narrative focus. It's an interesting like back and forth, like this horrifying scale that I don't think anybody won. That's the funny part. I don't think anybody won except 4E. Because I do not see another human being attempting to recreate Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition. I don't think anyone's trying to recreate this game. Also, stance ring, character boxes, don't forget about that. Don't forget about your custom dice, which has your challenge dice, your characteristic dice, your conservative dice, and your expertise die. Now, roughly speaking, if I go to Genesis dice, if I were to go to the Genesis dice, roughly speaking, some of these remained and some of them did not. If we were to, if you kind of look at some of these, You kind of see you got boosts and challenge and proficiencies, and some of them remained, others did not. And it is very specific of like kind of some made it, some didn't. And kind of moving here. This is what I mean by like that tactility. The conservative dies there, the fortune dies, the reckless dies, the misfortune dies, the fortune die. Spending the adventure. Oh, don't forget. Now, there are a lot. Yeah, effectively. They were coming after that. It was a response. We do not like the fact that these are being made, and that makes me sad. I want to make something new. So let's see. Let's do Ventures Toolkit. Let's try to let me open up the Adventures Toolkit real fast as I attempt to find it to see if they even fucking have it. Because finding anything in this game is very fucking difficult. Oh, they don't have it. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Yeah, they might not. Creature Guide, Lure, Power, Hero Call, Book of Grudges, Game Master Toolkit. What's the toolkit? Yeah, they only have Game Master's Toolkit. They don't have Player's Toolkit. Or the Adventurer's Toolkit. Yeah, to give you an idea, like, even when it comes to the concept of piracy, this game is difficult because people just don't care that much, and some things are just not worth it. Yeah, like, oh, first released in Warhammer, the core set. Yeah, everything has been accounted and updated in here, so it should be okay. So yeah, group play area. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of this. Characteristics and abilities: strength, toughness, agility, intelligence, willpower, and fellowship. Well, of course, I think we should bring up Heinrich. And there's two things I need to bring up with Heinrich, actually. So this is some of Heinrich's cards and abilities, just to help along with this. And we also need to bring up the correct one. Yes. So welcome to Heinrich Schumer 3rd edition. Looks very different, but have no fear. Finding any kind of resources for this game is really difficult. It is exceedingly difficult for a variety of reasons. But let's get to it. The big thing is each characteristic here, strength, toughness, agility, these are going to give you your first initial die. These are going to be called your characteristic die. These are blue. Blue characteristic die are good. They are very reliable and they give you what you want. Now, you might be trained in certain skills. If you are trained in certain skills, you have the ability to get bonus dice to them. These are bonus fortune dice. And more fortune dice, the better. We like more fortune dice. Characteristic twins. See, so some characters have fortune dice associated with characteristics, racial benefits or advantages. White cubes, so we got our wound threshold. Again, we are a Reichlander plus our toughness rating, so our health. Put you like right here. Our health is 12. We actually have a decent amount of health. And our corruption threshold is 5 plus toughness, so we only have 8. So, our fortune points. So, anytime we can have our fortune points, we can spend the fortune point to get a fortune die on things. Really nice. We like fortune die. However, it can also save our asses if need be. So, you get fortune for doing things, but you can also get fortune for trying your best. Most people, as you can see here, we go all the way up. Let's see. So, 3 fortune points. So, basic skills, everyone can perform the skills. Advanced skills, you need training in it. If you get a training, you get a yellow die. These are good dice. You like those ones. If you have a specialization in it, you get a white die. So, looking here, I want to make an observation check. So, first things first, what is my intelligence? So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 dice. I get 4 characteristic dice, and I get 1 skill die. But let's see, do I get any special abilities or special notes? No. That is my observation dice pool. Let's say I'm doing a channeling check. Channeling is willpower, and I am trained. So, willpower, 1, 2, 3, 4. I get 1 because I'm trained in it. And then I get another fortune die because I'm channeling and I'm in the conservative stance. We're going to change why conservative stances are cool, but also terrible. All of our skills here. Yeah, that classic art. They like putting a lot of like the classic art in this game. I don't know why. I can only assume that there's some details there. And of course, our talents. So, okay. Talents. On your careers, you have talent sockets. These sockets can put in different talents, such as Silver Tongue or Flanking Maneuver. You might exhaust a talent if you are unable to use it, therefore you have lost the ability to use it, but you can only slot certain ones in. If you have more than your current amount of slot sockets, you cannot use them. But you might find out, if we go to 3E Heinrich, that you can use talents that you have acquired, such as Focus or Reputation. I can hear something up above. And then you can slot your talents into the group's talent pool, which gives everybody the talent or everyone the ability to do things with it. Or you can keep it for yourself. Some people have special talents. Yeah, here's the anatomy. Again, we have our tension meter, which is going to be increasing slowly. Our traits, our name, our tension events, our fortune pool, which is different from everything else because fortune pool is kind of like a collective currency, but it's a little bit different than other ones. And then we have our special abilities. What's our special abilities? So, fortune favors the bold. Whenever we run out of fortune, we add 1 fortune point to it. Catch all that? You good? You got everything? So, party sheet, yeah. A lot of party abilities, fortune pools, we've got the tension going on. What's tension? It's like, okay, it's, the idea is as things go more and more wrong, you are increasing the tension until your party gets into a fight. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like you're kind of increasing tension, but the GM might increase tension. It is get into fights with one another because that's the point. You want to keep as long as the party endures. Special party is split for one reason or another. Yeah. Changing the party identity. You can do that. You can swap out party sheets. So our races, the Empire of Man. More creation points. We are adaptable, and we are favored by fate. So we can add 2 fortune die to a single check because we are just built different. Dwarves, on the other hand, grudge. Children of Grungi. sturdy. We are night vision. Various things there. High elf. They do split up high elves and wood elves. This is one of the first games to do that. And then character creation. So, random race determination. Roll 4 of these and then get one. Here you can choose any of these. We are a human. We're a Reichland human. And this is what I mean by you physically cannot play the game. Draw 3 careers and keep 1. Obviously, we do not have the career deck on us. Thus, we go to here. So. To give you an idea, when it comes to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Lite, it's the same game. It is just, much more difficult, and it's trying to keep track of everything and trying to actions laid out close to mirror the action cards available in the player's vault. Very difficult to actually do things. So we want to make a career. So here's all of our careers that we can do with. So here's how we actually choose a career. All of these. So we are an apprentice wizard. So let's keep going. So we have an apprentice wizard. And then we invest our creation points. Creation points are really open-ended, all things considering. Like, you can really do whatever you want with them, and you feel like you're getting something out of them at all times. Now, we have our initial values. Most of the time, they remain very similar. But you get a lot of choices with it. And here's how you do it. You get our base characteristics right here. And then you do how many points you invest. I invest 2 points. I'm comfortable. I invest 3 points. I have all of these different skills and specializations. But I might not have talents, or I might not have any good action cards. Generally, Heinrich ended up doing a lot of 2s and 1s. He is, however, flat broke because of being he can never have nice things. And that's the joke. So, well, skills, talents, and actions. How many pennies do you have, kind of thing? Having skills, you get a check mark in it. So if we look over here to Heinrich, he can use these skills as his ability to do things. These are the ones that he is allowed to use. So if we... I should do intelligence, willpower. Those are our favorite skills. So if we are looking around here, for example, diversity, we got a lot more there. Let me see, do I put it in here? No, I never put it in. So, as you can see here, we got a few different skills. We decided to invest in observation, and we put it in channeling and spellcraft. Normally with advanced skills, you actually have to buy these individually. You have to, for example, when it comes to something like education, if I buy education, I have to then set buy education 1 skill point, 2 skill points. But because we are a wizard, and wizards are built different, built wrong, you do get a special thing. You get some special notes because you are a wizard and you have some of those basic abilities as literally a gimme. Because if you don't have those, you physically cannot do much of anything. But we go here. Then we have our talents. Several talent slots. We have a special talent. We have to pick a College of Magic. We are forced to pick a College of Magic. And having a College of Magic gives us different abilities and different things to work with. Our talents, don't forget about our action cards. Everyone begins with any number of basic action cards equal to what they are able to do. So if we go over to Heinrich, for example, we go to where's our basic? I believe so we always have assess the situation, guard position, melee strike, perform shot, range shot. We qualify for dodge and block because we are big enough for it. If you are not strong enough, you cannot get block. If you are not fast enough, you cannot get dodge. So that's kind of the, then you get a few basic, then you get some few ones. Basic action cards. Yeah, it's going to dodge up here, parry. Technically, I do not qualify for parry because my strength isn't high enough. My strength is only 2, so I don't get the parry ability. I cannot use that action. I do not get that card. But yeah, here is the starting wizards and priests. Yeah, you get all of these to your action deck. Those are free. But you also get the advanced skill channeling spellcraft for free during character creation. Then we get our stances. Okay, stances. Cool idea. I don't know what they were cooking with it. So, I'm going to explain it as best I can. This is your stance. These are your stances. Conservative and reckless. As you do things, I do say things. Find my measurement mark. Oh, okay. Shit. Well, here's the thing. So let's say I'm at neutral. Start of the turn, I'm going to shift toward conservative. I'm here now. What does that do? One of my attribute die, normally doing pretty good, converts into a conservative die. Here, 2 do. If I'm here, 3 do. If I'm reckless, over here, one of them converts into a reckless die. Conservative have usually more chance of success, but no like really big successes. Reckless is a lot of all or nothings. You either are going to roll everything you need or you're going to roll nothing. I like the stance system. I think it's interesting and it plays well with this. It plays well with the funny dice because you are encouraged to kind of play to your strengths, but it's like, okay, I want to act more conservative to increase my odds. There's probably a better way of doing this. I'm going to say that now, but it is a thing there. Mostly because you have to use the stance meter to do this thing correctly. So have no fear. We got our party ship sheet, and that's it. Yep, that's it. That is a character. As you get more experience, and experience is a little bit, it's piecemeal. You can use that to purchase new and improved things using your advances. These are the number of advances you are able to purchase with it. So for example, you see over here, I can purchase 2 action cards, 1 talent, 3 skills, 2 fortune, 1 conservative, or 1 more reckless. That's what I am allowed to do. However, if I want to go outside of that, I'm allowed to, but they just cost more and are more difficult to get. Yes. Spell trainings, win threshold, managing your career. So, general career advances, you always get these. Fixed advances, several completed advances. You get your shield wall, you get your fortune die. You can go into other things that are non-career advances. It's just not easy to do that. All 10 lines count toward completing the character's current career. So 1, 2, you would mark it as 1, 2. So we have 2. If we get all 3, if we get all 5, we can transition. If we get more, we get a dedication bonus. Yeah, so aptitudes from here, advanced option. Open career advance, more die, more stance pieces. Non-career advances, 2 advances, 2, 4. A lot of different ways of doing that. Characteristic upgrade. Most of the time, it's 4 over 6 career advancement slots. Yeah, so when it comes to, let me see if I can do this right. So, this is one of those things where it's like, what the fuck are you smoking? So, let's say, for example, I want to increase my fellowship to 3. Let's say I want to increase my willpower to 5. If I wanted to increase my willpower to 5, 3 to 5 intelligence, primary characteristic. Okay, it costs 4 advances to do so. 4 for 6 open career slots. I want to go to 4 to 5. It would be I would have to mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to do that as my optional ones. That's 5 of them to get a bonus die there. It's like, oh shit, it's very difficult to. If you do, if you don't, if it's not primary, I want to increase my fellowship up, for example, I would normally go to 3, I would have to pay 4. And that would be very difficult. Yeah. Upgrading not part of it counts as non-career advancements. Yeah, they count as non-career advancements, therefore 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool, I can go up there, but that is a huge amount of investment for not a whole lot. Yeah. This means maximum king for one of his primary kids 6, and then maximum value for non-characters 4. Only extremely rare circumstances. Very controlled. You do manage to get that, you get that dedication bonus. Awesome. Special ability becomes permanent character ability. For each specialization allows an extra fortune die. Then you can transition into a new career, getting new things. If it's specialist, and then you get more abilities, and then you get new careers, and then you get more advanced, and then advance. Never stop advancing. To highlight this a little bit better, if we go down here, these are our basic ones. Basic classes, and then let me see, where is it? We then go into small but vicious dog, road warden, scout, scribe. Nope. So then I would go into acolyte. It's an intermediate position. I get all of these career skills, get all of these, developing wizard, gain more confidence. Boom, done. Then if we go all the way down here, a full-on wizard is an advanced career. 2 focus, 1 order. Get all of these abilities. You notice these are also part of different books, so they weren't actually even in the same book. So, core mechanic, literally just find the funny dice. It's literally the job. Find the funny dice. Mostly when you have an adversary, when something is acting against you, what happens is that they are adding bad dice to your pool. So it's not necessarily like the enemy is opposing you, it's the enemy is adding bad things to your roll. Again, easy enough. Okay, it could just be strange. Mostly when you start looking at like opposed checks. So it's like, okay, if it's opposed, that means you're adding challenge dice to the active person. Like, okay, so we're adding this. All right. So here's all of the possible like results. Again, success, righteous success. Addition to its function as additional die of a type to generate the righteous success. Any result additional die are added to the result tool. Challenge, blank, Bane, Boon, Chaos Star, Delay, Exertion, Sigmar's Comet, Positive Status Effect, Universal Effects, Recover Fatigue, Suffer Fatigue. It is possible that you will have multiple different results. You roll that final result and then you just tally it up. Alternatively, freestyle it. Just wing it. What do? Freestyle it. Then will appear only on challenge that causes miscast for wizard characters and trigger a variety of dire consequences. Yeah, you could roll a Chaos Star and still succeed, except if chance or plot. Chance in the plot are always good. Critical effects, significant bonuses, stancing, conservative, neutral stance. That's the idea of like going back and forth. You're using these different stances to get better results on your dice. And you're doing this pretty much every turn. However, I'm going to bring up something of what makes this 10 million times more complicated. All right, are you ready? So, let's go to... Also, here are all of the cards. If you want to know what the cards do, this is every single card. So, these are... Let's see. So, here's a pretty basic ability. Here's Shield Slam. Let's really take a look at what Shield Slam does. So, my resilience, my toughness versus your target's, your defense. Cool. If I get a hammer, I hit for 3+ strength damage. If I have 2 hammers, 2. Yeah, I've got 2 boons. Target, you're knocked prone. Awesome. Comet, next weapon skill gains this. But if we look over at the negative things, 2 skulls, add recharge token to the block action if it's recharged. Excuse me, Mom. 2 recharge if it's not recharging. Alright. This is if it is conservative. If you are in the conservative stance, you do this. If you are reckless, 1 hammer, strength 4+ strength, you're knocked prone, weapon skill gets this. Bum, 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 bum. Add only 1 skull. Black action card to get over 2. Conservative is harder to fuck up, but you get less out of it, while more aggro is a lot more. Every single action card has a conservative and a reckless beat to it, because you are supposed to be able to flip these back and forth. Some of them very remember, Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition exists, and we are trying to make a game that is both friendlier and more complicated. We want to make a great game for it. You know, that's how it is. Narrative control, putting it all together. This is it, kind of putting everything together. It's a very complicated way of saying something very simple. That is, like, I would say, this book from a nutshell, because they have to over-explain. Because I think the big thing is they have to over-explain that they have to use these, like how to use the dice properly. And because it is so restrictive, I will say, I think that's the right way of wording it. Because it is as restrictive as it is, yeah, don't worry, it's going to be a while to get anything done. You can play it this way. I don't recommend it at all, though. So, here's your basic action cards. You always have these. Assess the situation, blocking, guarding positions. Melee strike, range shot. The perform a stunt card is the do something card. Because there has to be a card. There has to be no matter what you do, there must be a card there. And active number of recharging tokens. Yeah, if the check is from the action fail, recharge is only placed as successful. Every time you end the turn of any action, you remove a recharge token. But something might have other tokens to it. Okay, your stance card lets you do this, and it's like, okay, you're over here. Here's a different way of doing it than if you're in conservative stance. Okay, we're doing this. We're defense. We're reactive. We're making the right choices. There is never an easy way of doing something. You must always have a card, or you must always have a way to do an action that may not be immediate like that. There must be a card. There must be a doodad. And technically there's only range. There's no map. There's range bands. And everything is abstract distances. Which, again, baffling move. Like, utterly baffling like galaxy brain fucking play here. Technically speaking, there are only range bands. There is no precise movement. In this very tactical somewhat game, it's all abstract movement out. And the of course the perform a stunt card, of course, it's the worst thing ever created by man. Story mode. Play it normal. Our initiative track. The initiative track system works a little bit like I forgot what the game is called. Fuck. Shit. Can't remember what the exact game was called, but I can see it in my head. It's effectively, it's like any beastman can act on a beastman token. Any hero can act on any hero token, and that's where you're kind of slotting them into different places. Effectively, someone who's fucking slow can act fast because he's taking the slot of someone who acted quick. So if someone has a better initiative than other people, then the guy who, the big, huge, mixed, strong face can still do something relatively relatively early. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, technically, for you can do it for this, it's very easy, but it's like, larger group, how long is the round? Again, very simple way. A player will act, a greenskin will act, 2 players will act, a greenskin, and then a player will act. And that's it. What do? Perform an action, do the end turn phase. There's something very easy to say when it's like, yeah, just select an action card. What do? I want to make a melee attack. What do I do? Weapon skill versus target defense. Cool, blah, 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 blah. Cool, I've got these abilities. I hit the target for normal damage, or I hit the target for +2 damage. Wowzers. Does it add anything to this? No. Absolutely no. It adds legitimately nothing to this game. Now, you can effectively the rally step during many pre-published adventures into 3 acts. Certain moments you can just rally, which is just recover everything and try not to die. Combat, damage, healing. Combat, pretty simple stuff. Generate your dice pool and start beating the shit out of one another. So, you got your basic default difficulties. You're always going to have 1 versus target defense are equal to easy 1 and suffer misfortune die equal to the target's defense. So if we look at, for example, Heinrich, what is Heinrich's defense? Heinrich's defense is 1. Anytime I am being attacked, there is 1 difficulty and 1 misfortune die. If I have really high defense, they have a lot of misfortune die. That's kind of the way there. Everyone generates their pool. You roll and evaluate. Calculate damage. Minimum wound result. You will always deal 1 wound. No matter what you do, you always will suffer at least 1 wound. Mostly because you can do, there's a lot of soaking that goes into it. So strength 5, great weapon equipped with basic melee strength. Total damage potential is 12. Lucky strength 5, plus weapons damage rating is 7. Cool. Struck the orc for total damage. Toughness of 5, soak value of 2, -7, 5 wounds. Cool. Trigger damage effect. One of these wound cards will be turned face up as a critical wound. So yeah, you will still always do something. Yeah, you're gonna get at least 1 damage. Yeah. So, it's trying to explain this game in 5 easy steps. So, multiple damage sources can have a different problem. So, rolls well, attack +2 damage. He also rolls enough boons, triggers his Rapier's CR. You've done enough damage to trigger your combat, your critical rating. Add a Sigmar's Comet. +1 damage, +1 critical. Awesome. 2 critical wounds. So you do... How many wounds did you take? I lost 3 wounds. Wound card, wound card, wound card. But we flipped 2 of them. So 2 of which are flipped become critical wounds. All remaining effects. So... Pretty simple stuff. Everyone's dying. Impairment, Q, fatigue, and stress. What do those like critical wounds really look like? Let me attempt to find them. Are they in the book? Are they in the appendices? Support the... Yeah, there's a good chance that they're probably not actually in the appendices. Let's see. Insanity cards. No, that's not it. Let's see. Wound cards. 86, but I'm on 86. Oh, wait a second. Let's go down to... So that's 85. So, wound cards. Do we have what the wounds are? No, you don't. You don't even have an appendices for them. So, no, you can't really do the wound card point. Hey, is it here? No, it's in some other book. And I say it's in some other book because I don't know which book. And there's a good chance that it doesn't even have the right book. That's kind of what, this is like kind of what I'm reiterating quite a bit. It's hard. Yeah, it's like, okay, levels of injury. The more injured you are, the harder it is to do. If you have critical wounds equal to your wound threshold, you're going to probably go unconscious. And then for every total number, you're kind of increasing more and more of those to become critical wounds, which is bad. You're going to die very quickly in this game if you're a dumbass. But you also shouldn't die. Also, don't forget about the healing drop, which allows you to heal with 4 fortune dice. Of course, we have our insanity cards. Yes, our insanity cards and severity ratings, always very important. Making sure we're doing that correct. Our different condition cards, again, very important that we are looking at those correctly. Now, the big thing here is, depending on your tier, you end up with different things. Now, as an apprentice wizard, as a man of the people, as one might say, I'm fucking poor. Yeah, there's no real secret here. I'm just kind of poor. And because I am a poor, sad man, I am in the tier of brass. Yeah, no, I don't make a lot of money. And so I have to manage paying for everything. But if I were, say, in the tier of silver, I don't have to worry about brass. Anything that costs brass, I don't worry about it anymore. I only worry about silver. I kind of like the idea they do it better in 4E. I will say that. They do it better in 4E, and they do it a lot better in World. But same idea. Golden rule of haggling. It's like, great weapon. What is the great weapon? Any two-handed weapon. What is a halberd? Any two-handed, any halberd. Like little things. So I'm kind of rushing through this because it's a lot of kind of the same idea. Again, do you have a defense? Suffer misfortune per defense value. So soak value, it just reduces the total amount of damage. I went with, so for example, let's say we have let's say I'm wearing a mail shirt with a round shield. Mail shirt, 1 defense, 2 soak, 1 defense, 1 soak, so 3 soak, 2 defense. Easy. If you're doing, usually I would say soak is better. I of course went with robes because I am a robe, because I am a wizard. I'm a poverty wizard. Well, one thing that around was just ease people in RPG. Oh no, you remember this? Let's look at the card. Try new stuff because it's an arrangement that would push people away from the system since you can't use the dice shit they gave you because it's only fitting for the game. Go for the most. It's how do I want to? This game was. I'll kind of talk about it after we're done. I'll kind of talk about like what I think the plan was, and what this game should be, kind of thing. Unskilled labor, encumbrance values, feats of strength. Feats of strength. So here's all your exotic and special items. Of course, are also item cards to make sure that you can remember them. You know. So, when it comes to magic, how does magic work? Because that's what we do here, because Heinrich is a spellcaster, and he always has been, always will be. They are spell cards. It's cards. You have your requirements, and then you choose the spell action, like the spell you made a requirement for, and then you do things. The big thing is channeling power. So, you can have power naturally. Let me see if I can find it. It's equal to your willpower rating. So Heinrich here has 4. In equilibrium, he has 4 power that he can use to spend on to do things. He can increase his number of power by channeling. If he channels, with each success, he gets more and more abilities to do things. And the more power he gets, the more abilities he gets to do things. So let's say we look at the rule of burning iron. My spellcraft, int, versus the target's resilience. Everything heats up. Everyone gets hurt. That's just what it is. Hee hee, hoo hoo, ha ha. But if we look over here, yeah, recharge rating. Yeah, don't forget about to channel power. Don't forget about anything. So equilibrium, casting spells. Then we have charged up. We have charged up everything. Requires 6 power, 6 whole power. Wowzers! Where does it say that it needs 6 power? It doesn't. Yeah, so what it says, it requires 6 power. If you are engaged in an enemy, you have a dice pool. Yeah, 6 power. So, sometimes it just doesn't say that. It doesn't say anything about that. Mostly because these, again, the way that we have to look at the spells. You see 4 power, 5 power, 6 power. There we go. Now we're seeing it. Yeah, so you need 6 power. That's it. So how do we get it? You channel more, get more power. And then you kind of throw it in there. Oh yeah, don't forget about the miscast cards. Which you can't do because you don't have the cards unless you have the GM's guide. If you have the GM's guide, that's a completely different thing, but don't worry, it's fine. Divine rules, kind of the same thing. It's a lot of using the blessings to make sure you have the favor to build up the favor, and you get the favor by doing. Same idea, different application, different way of doing things. So, what's the Empire like? Empire sucks. So, we're in Fantasy Roleplay Light, and welcome to the end of the metaphorical world. So, I don't think the game is bad. Let me do a little bit of spunkering at you, a little bit of speakering. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition. Is recharge the power requirement? No, the power requirement is the amount of power you need to then spend. Then it would enter into recharge, which recharge goes at the end of every round. Now, I like the funny dice for the keyword soup. Yeah, the Floop, the Malidian Rhine. It's so here, let me bring up Heinrich's spells here. it costs 6 power for me to use that. And once I use that 6 power, it will be on cooldown for 3 rounds. So let's do a little bit of a think here. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition is a really cool board game. Honest to God, if you were to change some things and rework some features, I think this could be a good, like, one of those board role games, like Mice and Mystics, for example. I think it would serve a nice middle ground there. I don't think anyone would call it a role-playing game. I think people would, it would be, oh, it's the Warhammer Fantasy Adventure game. And it's like, everything is kind of like handed to you on a nice little silver platter. And everything is like there, and it's all nice, and it's there. If you close your eyes and imagine that game, I think it would have been fondly remembered. If, like, yeah, I don't know why the fuck they made it, but they did. Like, and it would go into a piece of forgotten lore, as many board games, as many little weird things. You might see them try to, like, remake it with, like, Warhammer, maybe another Warhammer game. Maybe someone's trying to make, like, a spiritual successor to it. But it would be a game that not many people talk about. But people might remember, oh yeah, I remember Warhammer Adventure. That game was a lot of fun. I played it with my friends back in college or something. A lot of pieces. But the problem is, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition is not a board game. It is a role-playing game. And it fucking hates the fact that you are role-playing. It hates it. It loathes the fact that you are playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And it does not like that. Hates it. It hates you for thinking it. And it's like, please buy all the cards, buy all the abilities, buy all the thingies, buy all the doodads, buy everything, you fucking sheep. And people did. Yeah, it would just be a board game. Characters in like 2 decks. Honest to God, yeah. Rub over me, the edges would fray. Best funny dice. Now listen, it wasn't fucking Lego dice, the changeable faces from those tiny board games they made. Yeah, pretty much. It's... The thing is with it, if you were to say this is a board game and it's like almost like Vermintide... Wasn't FFG the maker of the other 40k TRPGs? They inherited all of those. You gotta remember, they inherited Dark Heresy from Black Library Hogshead. So when you talk about like the FFG 40k games, they kind of had this, they had Dark Heresy, which was doing well, and they were like, okay, we're gonna finish up Rogue Trader. Then this kind of flooped, and then they go like, I guess we'll start making the other ones. Which is also one of the reasons why when we do the 40k version of this case, yes, there will be a 40k version, I'm not really going to talk about... It will be Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, Only War. And the reason why is that is the start of the line, that is the immediate successor to the line, and the end of the line. Like, we're not going to talk about, like, Death Watch. We won't talk about, like, any of those. Because I don't think that's as, like, interesting to talk about, but not as interesting. But, yeah. I think it's a good reason. But I also think this is my little Dark Age edit. I think one of the major reasons... Man, we are 4 hours in. Yes, we are 4 hours. We got 2 fucking games still. Jesus. Yeah, we're going to rush through 40, I think. It's... I think the failure of 3rd Edition, to really take off as its own thing, I think led to, like, 2nd Edition becoming kind of the de facto edition. Because it had a lot longer time there. It was kind of in that prime real estate. People are still kind of like, you can find websites filled with second edition stuff. Fucking filled. I struggled to find a working character sheet for third edition. Struggled to find a working one. Why? It's just not. Zweihander lurking ominously in the chair. No. We don't talk about Danny Fox here. We don't talk about Danny Fox in this in the safe space we've created. Also, welcome to the dwarf expansion, because we're kind of talking about the different expansions. This is kind of what I mean by, like, we brought more. On the other hand, here's the anatomy of the invention cards. Yeah, because now you have invention cards. Why? Why are you doing this to us? What happened? Why? So, the cuck chair. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition is a game. You kind of see, Dominic McDowell and Andy Law. So let's do a little bit of a whoop. This is by Cubicle 7. So if we do Dominic McDowell. Dominic McDowell looks like he's trying to, like, as you kind of see here, SLA, he formed Cubicle 7. He's one of the head guys of Cubicle 7. And this is very much his left rebellion development after McDowell led Cubicle 7 to its successful buyout of management. Yeah. Yeah, a couple other strange things there. Again, he's got it. It's SLA. It's SLA. It's not SLA Industry, but it's 4th edition. And then we have Andy Law, game design. Andy Law game and where is he? TTRPG. Lawhammer. Here he is. Here is the kind of the. Yeah, I don't know how to explain this. Who are we? Placeholder Lawhammers. Yeah, it's his. It's his. The Mighty Empire project. Yeah, Empire from Mighty Empire Tiles, and to record a massive undertaking of this blog. Yeah, good old. Yeah, the Mighty Empires. Yeah, that's So this is Andy Law. Like, this is he's done a lot of things. Yeah, it's I don't think he's updated things relatively. Let's see. So this is 4th edition. This is 2021. So let's do plays Enemy Within live. April 16th. Okay, so he has a Patreon. Okay, let's go to Lawhammer. Yep, he's actual play. Like, he's still updating things. It's there. Lorebeards. I think he's in. He is a part of that world, if that makes sense. And there's nothing wrong with it. He does his thing, and that's all you can really. Andrew. Keep getting away. Matt, you son of a bitch. He can't keep getting away with it. But so 3E, I think the big thing is 4E was, I want to like 4E. I want to really like 4E. But it's very difficult for me to. It's very difficult for me to like this game. And that's a very weird thing to say. So, let's get into it a little bit. You might even say, like, oh wow, this game is pretty big. Again, we're going to be kind of zooming through this one. So, again, very classic. This is full-on Reichland. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay at its finest. A lot of this. Like, this is 23 pages of opening up. Random species table. All right. This is the one where if you do everything random, you get more XP to start off with. Heinrich, in this version, due to his nature, does not have a lot of XP here. Maybe that's for the best. But mostly because Heinrich is not all randomized. I had to select some things. So, wolves, not options. Do you really wish you can be racist? High elves, wood elves, sylvan cousins, class and career. So you can roll on the table here. Of course, we just chose because we have to be. So as you kind of see here, we went back to 1E. Fascinatingly enough, we went back to 1E with the idea of a class and then subclasses. So you can be an academic with the subclass of being a wizard. Notice how this is not wizard or apprentice wizard. This is a wizard. Makes sense why that's a little strange. There's quite a few of these. You can have quite a bit of them. So if we're going through, but I want to play a wood elf flagellant. So attributes. So as a human, 2d10 plus 20 across the board. I did roll these all naturally, and that's how I got my 25 XP. I had to reorganize them, though. That was the big thing. I kind of like reshuffled some around. As you can kind of see here, Heinrich maintained a lot of his things. He still hits like a wet noodle. Yeah, he still hits like a wet noodle. He still is kind of a dumbass. He's got his, spiritually he's a moron, but he's got his 43 in, 41 willpower. No one wants to be around him as usual, but it's him. He's trying. But you kind of even see, again, we're going back, +5, +5. 4E is probably the closest to a direct successor to 2E. There's a big but. We'll kind of see here. So again, we got all of our abilities. Initiative is its own stat now. Kind of got put there instead of it just being agility. Then we have fate and fortune, resilience and resolve. Technically, fate and fortune, resilience and resolve. We have two separate. So, as you can, let's see, actually, attributes table. So we look at the attribute table. So fate, we got 2. So, favorite present. As your luck, resilience is your inner strength. So, technically, I believe I can do 1, 2. Actually, no, what am I doing? No, 2. There we go. I believe that's just it. So, one of the big things is we have fate points and fortune points, but we also have resilience and resolve. They kind of do the same concept, but are a little bit different. Get our little bit advanced characteristics. We have 3 characteristic advances with our a special thing there. So if we kind of look here, we got everything here. Let me. Yeah, 5 advance. You can allocate a total of 5 advances across these characteristics as you choose and mark them in the advances boxes of your character sheet. So I remember correctly, it was. Did I do that? Yeah, I think I did that already. I think I did that on accident. Oopsie doopsie. Oops! I think I did that wrong. But, so yeah, advance box in your character sheet, characteristic advances. Things are a lot more slow. So, in Final Fantasy, in 2nd edition, it would be like this. You would have a 5, and then it would be a 10. In 1st edition, it was 10, 20, 30. Here, it's 1. When you say, I have 3 advances, let's say, for example, I have 3 advances in my intelligence and 2 in my willpower. This is what happens. It goes up by 1%. But, you get these a lot more consistently. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of a cool idea. You get these a lot more consistently. You're getting them a lot more readily. With our skill advances, same thing. As you kind of see here, again, I've got 3 advances in my gossip skill, therefore it goes up to 31. As a human, we choose 3 skills to get 5 each and 3 to get 3 each. As a human, it's human all right. Now, Doomed, Savvy, Suave, 3 random talents. Doomed, Savvy, or Suave. So the look of this, I believe I actually get doomed. Do I get doomed? I think I end up with doomed. Yeah, a little bit weird here. Again, layout of this game is very bizarre. Because if you look at this, if you read this, what do you see? Doom, Savvy, or Suave. So I get to choose one of these. No, I think you get Doomed or Savvy or Suave. And I'm saying that because you get all of these, but then Read or Write or Relentless or Resolute or Strong-Minded. So you get a lot of that if and or maybe but perhaps statement. God fucking damn it. Then you get your career stuff. 40 points between your 8 starting careers. Therefore, you can get 5 in everything. And that means you can complete your career very quickly. Complete your initial career almost immediately, but you don't need to. Trappings, we got all our basic class trappings, we got our very basic career clap, one. We got our very basic starting wealth. We have pennies. We are poor still. We are still fucking poor. God damn it. God damn it. Sucks being poor. Sucks being a poor wizard. Fuck my chud life. So, eye color, yeah, we got our eye colors, our hair colors, our party ambitions, and doing what we want to do. The big thing is ambitions as well. If you succeed at an ambition, you get XP. If you fail at an ambition, choose one. Yeah, my short-term ambition is outshine and undermine my rival Todd. My long-term is become Grand Master in the Order of Metal. Technically, it should be a lot more, yeah. Technically, it should be a lot more reasonable. Things are going to be primary in your life than a reasonable outcome. Usually, never be achieved at all. Party ambitions, long term. If you succeed at a party ambition, everyone gets that. Yay! Bring your character to life. Blah 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 blah. This is where your advancement comes in. If you completely randomize everything, I believe you have 100 XP. I believe it's 150 XP. You completely randomize everything. You end up with about 150 or about 150 or 200 XP, which is fucking nuts, by the way. That's a lot of XP for you to actually play around with, and you can really get, start pumping those numbers up a little bit, which is good because you'll need it. Yeah, our character sheet, all of the bonuses, all of the abilities. So, this is where things get a little bit strange. So, we're going to, as you advance through your career, you're going to be doing 3 forms: characteristic, skill, and talent advances. Characteristics are effectively saying you can only improve things in your characteristic by that much, and it's kind of expensive. Ow. It's very difficult to do that. It's very expensive, so you don't really do that as often as you do with skill advances. So, for skill advances, for example, you want to go 0 to 5, that's 50 XP. If you end a session with 100 XP, that is, congratulations, 5 and then some. You get some reasonable there. Get some more. When you're hitting like the really, I'd say it ends about here, because that's like you're getting very piecemeal. If you get like 200 XP a session, it's like, okay, you can increase it like 2 times. Like, you're not getting that much, but you can do that with your classes. You can go out, but it just doubles the entire thing. Yeah, it doubles the cost, which is very fucking hard. If you do, however, all of your skills must be at that level. All of my skills have to be at level 5. All of my to hit level 2. All of mine have to be a level 10. All of them are level 15. So it's like you're consistently kind of buying up. That's why I say like level 20 is like right here, that 21 to 25 is when it stops being viable to really increase it as much, because you just have so much other shit to do. So we got our tiers. Again, we've got our various tiers. It kind of makes a little bit more sense once you see it. Let's see. Effectively, your status is what you are in society. It's the higher your status, the more people below you kind of are. It's harder to interact with people above and harder to interact with people below. On the other hand, you usually also get a bonus to interacting with them as well. So let's go down to our boy, a wizard. This is one thing that I'm very mixed on. As a wizard, I am brass 3. I suck. I have no pennies. I am a poor little wizard boy. My poor little wizard boy. I can't afford anything because I'm sad. But in this point, with the advanced scheme, I can improve my intelligence, my willpower, or my weapon score consistently at level 1, at the initial one. I go up to wizard rank 2. Now I need to make sure all of these skills are correct. All these skills need to have more points in them. They need to be right. They need to be correct. Then we go to level 3. They need to be all there. They need to be this. I need to get all these talents. Then we go to level 4. Need to get all these. Need to get all this. Need to get all this. The big thing is also you get to choose one of these spells. One of these talents, I should add. Yes, that does mean this is the only version of Heinrich that he can cast magic, but he cannot read or write, because reading and writing is a talent in this game. But, yeah. You don't have the more... As a wizard, if you flunked out of being a wizard, you could go do something else. You could take some time as a scholar and stop your wizarding activities. If you're an agitator, you can level up you can go in a different angle, and I can be like, okay, I was an agitator, and then I was a rogue, and then I was doing this, and now I'm a bandit chief. Your career is a career path. You start at the wizard apprentice, you go to wizard, you go to master wizard, you go to wizard lord. Bump, 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 bump. You are playing an agitator. Bum, 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 bum. Artisan. Bum, 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 bum. Beggar. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, as a beggar, you start off as super poor, upgrade to minorly less poor, upgrade finally to your super poor before reaching poor level 2. Or, yeah, here's your rat catcher, rat hunter, rat catcher, sewer jack, exterminator. But don't worry, you still get the small but vicious dog. Always important we get the small but vicious dog. You are a wizard, ergo you are poor. You are an illiterate wizard. Yes, I am an illiterate wizard. Because I did not get that. I don't much care for this way of doing things personally. That is very much a me thing. So yeah, it's for sorry, first level events through a career. Leading masking non-career vocating moving moments to complete career. The number of advances listed below in your career's level characteristics 8-year career. Yeah, so yeah, it's I don't know. I'm very mixed on this. Because of how straight and narrow it is. You don't really have that kind of moving around. Now, obviously, I'm not expecting people to move around all the time. And even in second edition, there are some pretty clear, like, 1, 2, 3s. Slayers, for example. But, I don't know. I feel like the game loses something taking that option out. Taking the option away to do that. Feels like we've lost something. Here we go. Troll Slayer, Giant Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Soldier, I don't know. I think the way of wording it is like it doesn't feel as natural. It doesn't have that natural feel to it like second edition. Because in second edition, it's like, okay, you're going through and you're like, all right, I'm going from A to B to C to D because of the whims of fate around me and the situation that demands it. So you could have those little bit weirder shifts still feel normal. Like, oh, I'm going from a rat catcher to like an assassin or whatever. Like, all right, yeah, the 1, 2, 3 here still makes sense. And it still feels yeah, it's hard to explain. But yeah, skills follow the same rules we've been covering already. If you do this, you do this. Roll under, roll D100, roll under. Much more controlled. I would say 4th edition is probably the highest of the base edition, the highest power level of the base editions. You start pretty good at most things. I think 3rd edition is probably like the highest level of power you can start at. But 3rd edition has its own issues. 1st edition, you start off okay, kind of in the middle. 2nd is you start off the lowest, but you ramp the highest. That's kind of the feel. That's the vibe there. You ramp faster in 2nd edition than 4th edition or even 1st edition. It's kind of starting and ending points. A lot of side notes, a lot of like, okay, a lot of alternative curriculum. Oh, you speak this correctly. There's all of the languages. I'm like, all right, leadership, navigation, survival skills. a lot of abilities and a lot of ways to make sure they all work. I think that's an important note. No matter what you do, you know exactly what you're doing. Here's the sailing skill. Hey, I know how to scale a fucking barge. Cool. Ah, yes, ride. I know how to ride orbs. I know how to do stealth stuff. Cool. I know how to do things. And it'll tell you exactly how these skills work. There's no skill that's really there's no skill that's weird. All of these make sense of what they're doing. Like, you have some which like, oh, consume alcohol, that's funny. Works. It's there. Could be useful. It's like, ah, yes, I want to outdoor survival. Okay, makes sense. Navigation makes sense. Melee. It's like melee basic and melee can get a little weird, but it's just melee polearm. That's all that it is. Really what they're asking for? The only time things feel like they're getting weird is when you have multiple skills that feel like they kind of work together in different ways. But again, they're not too extravagant. And when it comes to our talents, if we look at our talents here, we do not have etheric attunement. All the way down. Certain talents can be bought multiple times, and they increase the benefit you get out of it. And I'm like, all right, that is a cool idea. All right. I think that is a good idea sometimes. Other times, it's a little odd. It's like, why bother with this? Yeah, it's like you get certain talents like artistic, for example. You're like, oh, further add this art to any career of your end. If it's already in your career, you may instead purchase a skill for 5 XP fewer per advance. You do end up with some there. It's like, oh, you can add skills to your career to improve them. I ended up with calligraphy, actually. I ended up with craft calligraphy. And now craft calligraphy is a class skill for me. I can do calligraphy. I can't read or write, but details. Yeah, it's cat tongue. So it's like, oh, cat tongue. And it blends truth and lies. When using charm to lie, listeners do not get to oppose your charm or intuition. Detect if something is fishy with what you say. Whoa. Like, I'm curious. I want to double check something. Gaining talents, title format, name, max. Number of times you can take this. 1 or an associated characteristic bonus. Yeah, like sometimes accurate shot level and extra damage. Sometimes it makes sense. Other times I'm like, carouser. I'm like, okay, like, and you feel out if this will score success, like, why is there like multiple times we can buy this? There's something I'm missing? Maybe. But yeah, pretty basic stuff. Like, again, you get some of your like, oh, bonus here, bonus there, bonus here. We're doomed. Yeah, there we go. Come up with some stunningly appropriate ways. Come up with an appropriately dashing way to die and have no fear. More soldiers. Again, a lot of things here. And you're kind of even noticing, again, I took petty magic, so I get some new spells. Fuck you. You might be noticing as well, notepad, a lot of spells here. You're going to find more. That's the point. We want to add more things, because every single expansion book, and there were quite a few expansion books, they added in new talents, new abilities, new things. Pretty consistent on that front. Most tests are basic, and D100 roll under, nothing too extravagant. The hardest ones are things like dramatic tests because they add success levels. Technically, SLs were in 2, but they were kind of more natural to break ties and sometimes to influence results. Success levels are a little bit more important here. They do a little bit more. Usually see that plus SL, mostly when it comes to damage. When it comes to fast SL, fast SL is probably the easiest way if you want to do that quick. Just as fast as physically possible. Kind of depends on how different outcomes. Attacks do that. You got your difficulty modifiers. You got your pose tests. Same idea. Pose tests are mostly based on SL. Combat. Do you have to roll for initiative? No. You literally just determine initiative by whatever your initiative score is. That's it. Generally speaking, my initiative is 32. I act on 32. My initiative is 3 because I have an initiative of 32. It's fine. It works pretty easily on that front. Yes. Question, in which edition does your wizard explode more? I would say explosions. Shitty magic is more likely in 4th edition, and it's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of 4th edition. I like 4th edition, I don't like it that much. Okay, I said it. I was hoping for more. I think 4th edition, we'll kind of see when it comes to like how the magic kind of works. You rolled a hit. Do you hit? Yes. Cool. You get advantage. Advantage. Great, awesome mechanic. Love it to death. I could see someone losing their shit over it, though. Getting really annoyed with it. Choose our hit location, determine our damage. Weapon damage plus SL. We apply damage. And that's it. If you roll dubs, you crit. What does crit do? They get immediate critical wounds. This is good. We like this. Fumbletown, welcome to... Sorry, Fumbles the Elf is here, and he's fucked up again, and everyone hates him. Very easy when determining, like, okay, what are you doing? How are you doing it? Combining difficulties, shooting in the melee. When it comes to fucking size. A lot of little rules here, but this is advantage. I like advantage. I like the idea, but I can see people getting annoyed with it. Advantage is the momentum in combat and gained when things go right. If you hit someone, you get advantage, even if you do no damage. You have hit them, and you have advantage. You do actions, you intimidate, you lose, you hit someone, you do something, you are psyching someone out. You are getting advantage. They say represented as tokens. You don't need to, but it's there. You can even see like all of these different ways of granting advantage. And all that it is, 10 to plus 10 to the appropriate combat or psychology test. If you have 5 advantage, you get a plus 50 to hit, defend, and resist. But if you ever lose an opposed test, or conditions, get wounds, you lose everything. I like this a lot because it's effectively like if someone's doing really well, you're getting more of those bonuses to relieve with whiff-offs. Though in ideal circumstances, no one's getting advantage that much. Because I succeed, you succeed, you succeed, I succeed, blah, 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 blah. Someone stronger than you is going to get advantage and they're going to fuck you up. Because they're just better at it than you. So play dirty to get rid of their advantage and you get your advantage. Really the thing with 2E wizards is your misfortune is your fault because you chose to push more, and it's you getting the trips or dubs or whatever. Honest to God, getting dubs is one in, it's not a very high chance. I think it's like 10% of the time, even less. Honest to God, I think it's less. I think it's about 10% of you getting dubs, much less you getting trips. Infinitesimally smaller of you getting quads. But when you do, you fucking own it. But even then, you even saw it with like, oh, catastrophic. It's so bad. It's so awful. Oh my God, you are gonna fucking die. And it's like, you were knocked out for 1d10 rounds. I'm like, wow. Holy shit. Knocked out for, d10 rounds. Not I explode kind of thing. Again, I think that's like one of those memes, like I cast a spell and my head explodes. It's like, your head exploded because you decided to throw eight fucking d10s at the problem. Like, you have taken 20 d10s and thrown them and be like, oh wow, I rolled 4 fucking things and I died. Damn. Yeah. Technically speaking, they are using yards and things. You can use a map if you want. You don't need the map. Chase basic conditions. Hey, when in doubt, just beat the shit out of them. Just throw something at them to say fuck you. Get rid of your advantage. So here's where we have fate and resilience. So fate and fortune. Spending fortune. You roll test, add +1 SL to test, add to, at the start of the round, choose to act in the round discarding initiative order. All right, cool. Spend fate. Don't die, but you go get KO'd. And you completely avoid the incoming damage. Okay. Neat. Don't die. Secret to huge success. Simply don't die. Let's, yes, our 11 wounds here. And we can get fucked up pretty fast. Again, you see that even with like a dagger, for example, that's +4 damage. Like that's not a small amount of damage. And if you roll 3 SL on it, that's 7. And it's like, okay, I take 7 damage. But the thing is, you get fortune back every session, but you get fate back only that's your adventure and things. But then we have resilience and resolve. Resolve is fate points, fortune exclusively for psychology stuff, as well as critical wounds. I actually spoke to Ethical about this. You can honest to God put resolve in with fortune and resilience in with fate, and nothing about the system changes. Arguably, it would be better. Because I like the I will not fail action. I think that's a really good action. It's like, I'm going to lose. I will not fail. I'm going to stab you. Nothing really changes that except like, oh, well, you can get your motivation to get things back. I think that still works perfectly fine for fate and fortune. Perfectly. Now, wounds. You lose wounds, you lose health. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. Critical wounds. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. So, critical hits are scored, or when you lose wounds, more wounds than you have. So, what happens? I have taken losing more wounds you have. D100. Determine what happened. Do not determine struck location by reversing your roll as normal. So, good news, everyone. Determine several wounds indicated. Not. Let's see. So, let's see. Determine hit location when you see a critical hit. So, oh no, I've taken damage, and I've been hit in my head. Oh no, I've taken damage, and I've rolled a 38. I got a black eye. I have 2 blinded condition. Gained 2 blind. Can't see shit. Oh no. Oh no, Queens. I have taken a critical wound. $43. I wrenched my arm. Drop whatever is being held, and it's useless. More of these you get, we'll give you an idea. The more of these you get, the more likely it is. Yeah. Critical wounds you have equal to. Yeah. So it's kind of like you've got a little bit there. Like Heinrich suffered 3 critical wounds. Now, mind you, if you get 4 minor cuts, you die. If you get decapitated, you die. If you get disfiguring blow 4 times, you die. Yeah, sometimes it works. I don't think it's impossible to die, but I think it's definitely, you are a little hardier, just a little hardier in this game, just a smidge. But paying for it when things do start going wrong, you know. Now, you can launch into dark deals to get re-rolls on things in turn for corruption. Or you just find things that are fucking evil. What do? You simply roll on the chart, and once you've hit too many, and then bad things happen. Now, you could have the GM effectively do things like letting an enemy escape, falling asleep on watch, accidentally shooting an ally. The GM is saying you can remove this in exchange for this. I like it. I think it works. I think the corruption thing works pretty well. One of those things where I think every GM is going to kind of look at it slightly different. Festering wounds. Fail at easy endurance of combat with a creature with the infected trait. Oh boy, I love festering wounds. Oh yippee. I love the galloping trots. I love shitting myself to death. It's time, everyone. It's time for convulsions. You ready to die? You excited? You excited for 5e? Here's the thing. I'm mixed on 4e because I love 2e. That's, I think, my biggest problem. Mixed on 4e because I like a lot of the ideas in 4e. I like a lot of the ideas in 4e, but other parts of it I'm like, I think it's still a good game. Does it fill my itch? I don't know. You said for 5e. I'm curious where they take 5e. Honest to God, I'm really curious. Because there's a few ways they can bring it, and I'm hoping they bring it the right way. But, alright, between adventures, events tables, different tables here, a lot of ways to bring you in there. I like the Endeavor system. I think it's a pretty good one. The Elf Esteem, I think the Elf thing is fine. I would... Really, this doesn't hurt anyone to do this. I like all of these things, and I think they are all good. Mike, the only thing that I would say can be kind of annoying is like how structured some of them are. Sorry, you're this. You have to do this, but you don't really need to. You don't really need to. Religion and stuff. Of course, we are we're godless wizards. As godless wizards, we don't believe in anything. Yeah, do you want divine manifestations? Holy visions. Miracles. Yeah, miracle. Okay. So then we have the Aether. Keep your cannons, you null idiot. We don't need them. Patriarch of the Good Right Order. So, language of magic, the lore. We are part of the lore of metal because we want to blow people up using our horrible egos. I tried to think of the correct way to make. I thought about making him an amethyst wizard, but I realized that that would be too obvious. So of course he would be lore of metal for the no other reason than because he'd want to because he has a giant ego and he's kind of an asshole. Like, yeah, why are you doing this? Because I'm a dick. So, you have to make a test here, a language magic test, and and that is the kind of the 411 of it. You're making that magic test, but things can go wrong with miscast tables. Most notably, how do you? Actually, I should say, how do I want to word this? Things are a little shit. I don't know how to word this properly. If you fuck up casting, you fumble your casting. If you roll dubs and fail, you roll on the cast. If you roll on the failing the cast there. Some things are magic missiles. If they're magic missiles, you are effectively making a hit check with your language magic skill. Touch spells, limitations, damage and magic. Now, the channeling test. Okay, you need magic. Okay, we don't have magic all the time. And when you might need SL reaches the current casting number of the spell, you channel enough magic to cast it. So, if I look over here, I have a TN of 0 to technically cast Dart. It's very easy for me to cast Dart because it's Dart. Same with Twitch, Light, or Dazzle. If you manage to get even more, you get more. But if you are channeling, and you fumble, then you get the minor miscast. It's hard. You might get minor. There's a lot more ways to get miscasts in 40. I will say, no, my thing is, there's a lot more ways of getting miscasts with the caveat of you are usually these are bad ideas for you. It's usually the way of getting spells. Yeah, some provide at least 4 new spells study, while few provide more than 8. If you spell memorize, you don't need access to your grimoire to craft it. Yeah, this doubles the CN of the spell and exposes your grimoire to possible dangers or theft. So if you have if it's in your grimoire, it just becomes a shit ton more complicated to actually like use it. So these are your petty spells. Again, this is your CN, casting number is 0. Do you succeed at the test? If the answer is yes, you cast it. Magic missile damage 0, damage a +0. I have SL2, it does that. Not nearly as powerful as Warhammer Fantasy 2nd Edition Dart, which can fuck someone's day up if they're not paying attention. Sorry, everyone. Here's D10 +3. Go to hell. I'll see you there. Yeah, Dart is nice and easy. You get some like smaller ones. Again, I instead of being able to read and write, I chose to do that. Now, this is where As a wizard apprentice, you cannot cast magic. What do I mean by that? So let me open up the you need this to technically cast magic. You need the arcane magic, any arcane lore, to cast magic. As a wizard, there is a wizard's apprentice. You are very likely that you cannot cast any magic except petty magic. So in the effort to make sure that I can cast magic, I made it so that good old Heinrich here is unable to read. So yeah, fuck off. So we've got all of our kind of more basic spells. Like everyone has access to them, but they're their own version. So let's say, for example, like Blast. CN4. I need to make a check and attempt to get SL equal to CN4. If you are channeling it, that means you are building up successes. If you just want to try to cast it right away, you are making a magic language check. It's kind of that back and forth there. How goes your Kalu Kalay? Let's see. Honest to God, fucking imagine if 5e uses 5e, I would kill someone. Also, there are very few actual spells per school, but again, that's one of those. Just look at the please look at the brand new book that brings out 8 gorillion spells. But you also don't really need that many spells per thing. And we've got travel costs, a lot of the GM stuff. Again, if you are doing a normal session, if everything goes right, you're getting about, again, 100 XP. End of adventure, 50. End of campaign, 200. Generally speaking, I would probably get about 100 each session if things go decent. We got our glorious Reichland. Everything is still there. It's still Reichland. It's still there. And of course, we got our small changes. Miscellaneous random bullshit. Different enemies. You want to fight a troll? You want to fight the greenskins? Sorry, no Thamir here. Want to fight Gores? Have no fear, everyone. It's Ungorin time. It's Ungorin. Don't you wanna Ungor him? I want to get sodomized by a Minotaur. Muties. Yeah, pretty normal, but hey, they got a big weapon that they can attack with. Cultist, big guy. Yeah, if you want to fight a chaos, full-on chaos warrior, yeah, no, have fun there. I don't know what the fuck you are. Steven. Yeah, a lot of ways to just expand your options there. So, 4E, good? Yes. But here's this. Here's the thing. How do I want to... Damage rolls? There are no damage rolls. The thing is this. How do I want to word this? You have approached me and say, Notepad Anon, do you want to play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4E? I say yes. If you approach me and say, Notepad Anon, I want to play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, I would say yes. If you approached me and said, Notepad, I want to play Dark Heresy 1E, I would say why Imperium Maledictum exists. I think Imperium Maledictum is a better version of Dark Heresy, kind of like objectively speaking. You don't have a lot of those toys, but a lot of those edges got sanded down for the sake of making it easier. Then you can add those things. We should play 1E. What you gonna say? Fuck yeah, man, let's do it. Like, because it's a different beast entirely. Like, I don't think 4E replaces 2E in my mind. I think they both do something very different. Do I like that? Depends. I like the idea of the characters being a little more powerful. You got a little bit more things. I like the system a little bit more in some regards. I don't like the damage system as much. Combat, I like certain aspects of it. Like resilience, I don't much care for because it's like, why bother having this? You can just fold this into Fate and it would work a lot better, arguably. You can still keep everything and just fold them together. Magic, I'm kind of mixed on. I liked it more in Warhammer in 2nd edition because you got that magic kind of right away. You were a lot more able to cast a little bit. You had a little bit more to start with. But if you transferred out of being a wizard, the idea that you could still use the magic you picked up while being a wizard would still be a lot more present because of that magic attribute. And I like the magic attribute way of doing it a little bit more. I think there's a beautiful world in the middle in which you can have your cake and eat it too. I don't know what that world looks like though. I think that's kind of one of the issues there. I don't know what that world looks like. But again, we are looking at some of the expansions. Probably one of the big expansions, and this was no, okay. Speaking about big expansions, welcome to let's see, I want to find, here we go. This is the only game, I believe, outside of some fan material that lets you play ogres in this is a full-on straight up, if you want to play a ogre, you can play an ogre. And the ogres are fucking ogres. You are a big fat asshole who does big fat asshole things. And that's just what you do. You got Imperial ogres, you want to advance ogres, you totally can. It's all there. Are ogres overpowered? Yes, fundamentally and unapologetically. Ogres are overpowered. When ogres... Yeah, bigger ogres, little houses. Yeah. I think like the thing is, I like the idea that you can play ogres, and there's like, yeah, the ogres are a different way. They are a different world, and I like it. I always think that it's very, very interesting, and mostly when you start getting into gut magic, it's like, okay, this is what I mean by like you are adding more things every level. You are adding something new at least, and that new thing is always here's the ogre. Cool, you are a slaughter master. Hey, here's this. Hey, here's this. Hey, here's this. I like the idea behind that. And I think it's a good idea that they are, expanding things out as much as they are. I'm curious how 5e is going to approach it. I honestly am thinking, I'm curious. All right, so we have finally done it. We have finally made it to the end of 4th edition. And if you excuse me, I'm going to take another small break as I fix everything in my kitchen because we have one more game. Yes, you think we're done? We've been streaming for 5 fucking hours, but we're not done. Because we've got open the right book. Let's see. Is this the right book? No, that is not the right book. Stop that. Nope, that's definitely not it. Come on. Nope. Okay. Right one? I in my infinite genius decided to... Okay, there we go. Here we are. All right. But we need that, and we need... There we go. No, God damn it, that's a character. God damn it, that's a fucking character sheet. Where's the... There we go. Jeez. We gotta talk about the old world a little bit. And kind of wrapping it up in the most recent version. So, give me one moment. I am going to make sure my dinner is not on fire. Dinner is nearly ready. All right. Let's do it. Right to the end, baby. We can do this. Welcome to the old world, the High Republic. Again, we have Dominic McDowell, which again it's hard to tell of like how much did Dominic McDowell do in this game. I don't know because he owns the fucking company. I'm like, Oh, what did you do? I own the company. I paid for all your shit. Like, I think that's like a hell of a way to open up, like putting yourself in the credit. Like, I pay your fucking salary. Yeah. Yeah, Greg Murphy. Yeah, he's the new producer in the Youth campaign. On the right, we're in first edition, so he was one of the main guys behind this game, which I will say it's in kind of the more recent ones. He's one of the main dudes behind it. But Old World, the new old thing. And yeah, you kind of even see this came out this year. Yeah, 19th of June, 2025. This is brand fucking new. And you might be seeing them like, wow. So, for a little bit of context about what the Old World is, the Old World takes place at the end of the Vampire Wars. This is a couple, I think it's a couple, many years before Karl Franz and any character like that is around. The colleges of magic are not actually established yet. It is before Magnus the Pious or anything like that. The Vampire Wars are done, the Karstein family is in ruins, and now things are divided. The Empire is very divided at this point. There's many people claiming the crown of who will be the Emperor. And this also does mean that Sigmar is still a niche cult. Like a niche cult for Reichlanders, not for nobody else. And, but as such, welcome to Tablerin, to Talagrad, Talagad, Galagar, Mihao, Nihao, wo ya hung gao xing ni na. Talagad is different. It's not outdoor, but this is kind of like where a majority of the game assumes that you're playing. This is the City of Adventure bottom text. And then the City of Adventure bottom text, you go on wild adventures. This is a fairly high power. I wouldn't call it high powered, but it's definitely bigger. However, how would I describe how would I describe the Old World? For those who weren't here earlier, the Old World is the High Republic. We can't have the old thing anymore, so here's the new thing pretending to be the old thing. If you know what the High Republic is, I weep. I weep for your immortal soul. But yeah, that's kind of the feeling I got from the Old World. Is that like, I don't care for the setting. I don't care for like what they're proposing with it. I think I don't like the concept behind it. System though is different. Very different. This is a D10 dice pool roll under game. D10 dice pool roll under game. Yes. Completely different system than what we've been working with. But why? It is going for a much snappier pace of play. Much snappier, much faster, much... If 2E and 4E are... If the old versions of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay are a episodic serial of a bunch of dumbasses going into an adventure way over their head, this one is we're already hitting the over your head situation. we're kind of skipping those initial bits to get right more into the action. And I like that. There are things that I like, and there are things that I find to be strange. If we, let me pull up Heinrich Schuna. Let me pull up Heinrich here real fast. We need Old World. The Old World Tuna. Welcome to a very, not very pretty thing. Now, Notepad. Why does it? They don't have a fillable character sheet for this game yet. So, but they have a website that lets you do everything on the character sheet, and it's really nice. So I just went with that. So that's what we're working with here. But to kind of give you, so let's go through our, let's do the basics. So let's say I need to make an agility test. So I have 4 agility. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 dice for my agility. And I look here, and I look here at stealth at 3. So I'm gonna take my 4 dice, roll your boat gently down the stream, rolling, still fucking rolling. At 3, 10, 5, 4. My stealth is 3. I have 1 success. I succeed. Usually only need 1 success, but you can kind of think about it as a success level. More successes, better results. My reason is 3, so let's do a willpower test there. And I got a fucking nothing, because I can't roll for shit. But this is kind of your roll under, while this is the number of dice you'll be rolling. Yeah, it's a interesting system, and you'll slowly realize why I'm not opposed to it. But it's just the 1, 2, 3s of getting there are very strange. Yeah, so it's like as long as you get a success, you're good. So first things first, we need to determine our origin. Weirdly enough, we can add Bretonnians and Imperials are technically different. Technically. And because they are technically different, it is, you got your Bretonnian, our human, elf, halfling, high elf, wood elf, and things like that. As a human, we start with 2-2, 3-3-3-3, 2-2-3. What does that mean? We start dumber. You start with like 2 dice. But you do get your little bonus right off the bat. This is good. You got our little bonus here. I rolled my bonuses, and we ended up with an extra agility. And I believe we ended up with extra agility and extra reason. Those were my 2 I ended up getting. However, I also said, fuck that. So I believe it was, no, I got reason, agility, and strength. I didn't like that, so it was reason, initiative, and something else. I think I ended up increasing my fate. Yeah, I increased my fate up a little bit. I wanted to try to keep as close as possible to Schooner. If I wanted to keep it more accurate, I should have replaced agility with something else. But you start with just more agility as a human, so it's a little bit more difficult to increase naturally. It's just a little weird thing. The coins are an interesting idea. I'm not opposed to it. So we've got Bretonnians, Dwarf, Imperials, Halflings, High Elf, and Wood Elf. Now, because we are a human, we had these. Here's our various things. And here's all our skill ratings. Our skills begin at 2. Raise any 3 to 3. Cool. You know, we got Lore of the Empire, City Lore, Provincial Lore. Starting fate is 3. Cool. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm going to give you a very fun little secret. If you are not doing things perfectly clear, half of these are not viable for you. I do not know why. And I thought, oh, is it like a thing I have to pick? Yeah, I just get this for free. I don't know. Genuinely, I do not know. What the fuck do you mean, Mr. Notepad? If you read the actual talent descriptions for some of these, it's like, oh, you need strength 4. I'm like, I can't get strength 4. Okay, do I not have that? You need fellowship 4. You need this, you need that, you need... Like, some of these are just not possible for you at an early level. I'm like, is that supposed to be that way? Am I supposed to just accept it? I don't know. Bretonnians have a bigger role in the old. That's the big thing. They have a much bigger role in the old world because they were fairly important. That's when to give you an idea, the old world is when Bretonnia and the Empire started more rapidly drifting apart. Give me 1 second. To give you an idea, I have a shitty little Amazon chair. My shitty little Amazon chair has a shitty little cushion on it. And the shitty little cushion, because of my massive fat ass, keeps coming off, and it always feels like I'm falling off, and it's very odd. Yeah, like, I don't know if that's on purpose. I don't know if it's like something I'm missing. But yeah, careers. So we have careers, but yeah. As with your careers, as with your careers, you get a bunch of things like here. You get full, +1 to the 4 following things you wish. Here's your favorite characteristics. Oh, here's all your magic lore, your literacy. I love the lore system. Trappings are still trappings. I like the asset system a lot, personally. And the contact system is good. There's a lot of things around this game I like, and they're like little subsystems, but there are other things where I'm like, kind of mixed on. But you might be thinking, hey, Notepad, where is my advanced classes? Well, you don't really have them. Like, here's the thing. You're like, okay, we want to have advanced classes, or we want to we want to have more things there. You don't really have those. You don't have new careers later on that lets you do more things. You have the same career, you just get better at doing those things in their career. You start as an apothecary. For example, it's as an apothecary, you start as a basic apothecary. You can work your way up more naturally up to being I'm a sophisticated apothecary, rather than having the apothecary ability, if that makes sense. Very minor thing, but it's also like, yeah, change career, mandatory lore is like, yeah, don't change your careers. That's kind of the big thing there. Especially when it comes to like wizards, like don't forget about all of these. Very, very controlled, if that makes sense. These are more like classes. Good thing, things, depends on how you feel about it. Also, art is kind of all over the place. I don't know who the fuck was drawing the halflings. They all scare me. Every single one of them. Don't know why. But you can play like Lothran Sea Guards right away. You can play, again, Horror Merchant. Stop it. Scares me. You can play a more advanced priest right away. But you can still play a rat catcher because you have, this is still Warhammer Fantasy, so of course you can play it, but we also played Shadow Warriors or Slayers even. You don't have Demon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, or Giant Slayer. You are a Slayer and you are just naturally... Yeah, so it's a little bit strange. Thieves. The Thieves and Town Watch and the Way Watches and the Wildwood Ranges. You do have your contacts. Of course, Schooner has his contacts, being Asalia and Valda. Asalia, as we see here, is an agent of the High Elf Ambassador of Tavelheim, a devious spy master. She is a conspirator. She's just blackmailing me. She's blackmailing me because I'm Heinrich Schooner and I'm going to be blackmailed by fucking everyone. God damn it. And then, later on, I was like, alright, it can't be that bad. I rolled again on my second one for Valda. Don't worry, Valda really likes me, who is a heretic, otherwise known as a devoted of Sigmar. Because Sigmar's worship has been banned in Talagrad. Because they don't like them and they keep burning witches, i.e. everyone they do not like. It's one day you'll join them, or die. Schooner is being surrounded by women who want to kill him, just like me, for real, for real. Hashtag for real, no cap. What am I doing? Yeah, again, that's welcome to my tragedy. Being Heinrich Schooner, no matter the destiny, he will always end up in a way of being blackmailed. Blackmailed, gaslit, gatekept, girl bossed, it's over. So, final step, we get to increase some skills around to make sure everything there, or we can roll on the random asset table. We'll understand why I like assets a little bit later. Your connections, what are you doing, who are you working with, what's your physique like. A lot of little things help bring it out. But one of the big things is your Grim Portent. Now, to give you as the idea is the Grim Portent is a thing that occurred that you at least one outcome of your Grim Portent is fixed. It explains how your characters were forged into a group and setting up the many grim and glorious adventures to come. The idea is like during a Grim Portent, you gain the attention of a powerful foe, and something is going on. You can start with your Grim Portent, or you can write it in. Effectively, it's the unfortunately for everyone involved, you have caught the eye of something that wants to kill you. Here, it would be unfortunately for everyone involved, Heinrich is an idiot, and he is now wants to. And now his rival Todd is trying to kill him. So what if he stole his notes? That's his problem. I'm being blackmailed. I'm being trying to get converted by people. It's a whole shit show. On top of everything, my rival, another wizard, wants to kill me because I kept stealing his shit. Because I'm a terrible person. Thanks, buddy. If you want to be like easy about it, it is the first adventure, something happens, all of in some games it's you all meet in a tavern. It's like you're all in the cart heading to Tamerlane when something horrible happens, and now you've all kind of like stuck together in this situation, or like you have oh, congratulations, you wake up in a fucking dungeon pit and there's something trying to gnaw at your arms. Like, yeah, unfortunately, you've all been kidnapped by beastmen, and now you have to escape, and that's like the first adventure, is you guys escaping from being kidnapped by fucking beastmen. It's like, oh, we're in this together. So why is our noble wizard and peasant and rat catcher together? We were all kidnapped by Skaven. We are all underground. We have emerged above, forever changed by the fact that Skaven lurk beneath us. And now we must band together because we're the only ones we can trust. Because we all survived. And shit like that. Now, advancement. Anytime you get experience points, or you get a experience point, because you don't get too much, you received 1 XP. You might earn 2 XP. Ooh, wow. You level up very fucking slowly in this game. Very fucking slowly. But you only can spend XP on characteristics or talents. Ooh. You can only spend it on increasing these or getting these. Nothing else. Why? Well, because skills are actually leveled up in their own way. They have their own way of leveling up, including lores and things like that. I like that. It's a good idea. Interesting way of doing it. A little bit more natural focus, a little bit more natural. So yeah, abilities, get more characteristics. Kind of re-going over how the system works. Most things are pretty simple, all things considering. Melee, defense, shooting, throwing. The defense ability is... There's a part of me that wants to believe that somewhere, some way, they didn't want these and they just wanted to make like one attribute. If this was not a Warhammer game, I think some things would be pretty dramatically changed. Also, you see like, oh, extra effects, complications. Those get brought up later. Again, layout of this book is a little fucked. I don't know why, it's just a little wonky. Again, I call that fellowship, charm, talents. This is what I mean by let's do one of our things. It was blessing of the lady. Let's see, cleaving blow, combat surgeon, exceptional hearing. So requirements, initiative 4+. I'm like, do I qualify for this if I don't have initiative? It's one of my random talents. I don't know, because the game wasn't really clear on that, or unless I didn't see it being clear. All right, like, and I noticed that with like a lot of them. If you notice why I have Taunter, it's because I couldn't really do any of the other ones because I didn't quote unquote qualify for them. So if we look here, we do Arcane Study is a special class talent. We get, if we're looking here, because we are touched by the winds. So we have a taunter in which I tell someone to go fuck themselves because it's funny. Again, couldn't do Thirst for Knowledge because I had a reason for it. I'm like, can I get that? I don't know. Technically, I am a wizard. Technically, maybe. I don't know. I think I have magic. I think. I believe I am a level 1 wizard. That's what it told me anyway. But yeah, like Touched by the Winds, I'm like, okay, I got this. And it's like, cool. Magic lore, improvised spells, petty lore for that lore. If I've not learned that lore, I can get formal spells later on. It's like, okay. Some can be a little bit wonky. It's like, lores. I like lores. And the entire idea is that a lore is... Let me look over here. Lores are things that you know and you can do, and you don't. There's no role or anything associated with it. If it helps you, you might get a bonus die. It might just allow you to know things. I have a lore of the Empire. I know things in the Empire, and I know customs of it. I know the lore of the Reichland. I know all the things of the Reichland, and probably know about Sigmarite society. I know high society lore. So I can deal with more, you know, upper crust people. I'm also literate. Those are lores. I think those are really good. I think they're really interesting. Yeah, just really easy in and out because I realized, if I believe correctly, I speak Bretonnian. Like, do I speak Bretonnian? Thought I spoke Bretonnian. That might have been 4E. But yeah, no, it's like, I'm like, okay, and, you know, this is I like the way that this is being handled. I would probably, you can expand it out to be a little bit more detailed. That would be my thing. Expanding it out to be a little bit more. You keep up with gossip at court, you can secure an invite to any noble social function. Yeah, no, again, it's like, you want to, oh yes, I know about Mootland. Oh, yummy Mootland. Yeah, or you get all the Slayer achievements. Oh yeah, no, cool. If you have a lore there, you can do it. If you want to be a Slayer, you can do Witch Slayer or Vampire Slayer or any of these things. Cool. Various environmental. I think you can really expand out the system to do a lot of different things, but I don't know if they will or not. I hope, because it's cool. Now we have Coin, another cool system, maybe for a different game. So the entire concept is that depending on your status, you have 3 coins of that status. As I am a silver status, I do not need to spend any brass coins. I have enough to spend that, and it's trivial. Anytime I want to spend on something silver, I reduce my silver coins by 1. Start the next session, I get all my silver coins back. Anytime I get gold coins, I'm going to lose all my gold coins because I'm not gold status. Someone's going to try to swindle them out of me. Yeah, no, it's kind of like coins and status. You know, you get all these things and you can just, yeah. For example, buying a round of table is a silver expense, but buying a round for the whole tavern is a gold expense. I like it how you're kind of encouraged to keep hold of your money, but also just like burning it because you're going to lose it anyway. So just burn that shit. I like how it works. And I like a lot of the little things with it. So when it comes to damage, you can kind of see here, again, we got our dagger and our staff. Of course, Heinrich is continuing to be worthless at most things combat related, but we can work with it. So like, if I'm silver, I can purchase a great axe for myself if I really want. I don't know why, but I can. Same thing goes with weapons, of course, if you want to buy a gun. Again, I think it's a good idea. Weapons, same idea. Most clothing and armor is less like, yeah, I have Burger's apparel. I get +1 to charm when haggling with silver characters, though most likely, if I wanted to be particular, about things, I would want to probably get a uniform as my actual, like, thing. Like, this is my actual uniform, is I'm this so I can boss people around because I'm a jackass. But, things like that, you know, tools and kit, different. Do you have a toolkit? Yes. Can you do things? Yes. Cool. What? Do you know? Yeah, are you literate? Yes. Awesome. Trade tool, different trades, different services, hired help. I do like it how they do talk about how to spend these things in different ways. Also, I see that. Don't you think I don't? Like manual labor. Hey, we're hiring a guy. If we're brass, we're hiring a dude to unload my barge. Or like a local scoundrel shows me around. But if I'm gold, I'm butlering at an aristocratic function. Like, I hire a guy to be my butler. He serves me, or a herald introduces you in an elector count's court. Cool. It's kind of like, yeah, as a... Brass is cheap and easy. Silver is, you know, available. Gold is like, yeah, master bedroom to yourself, the shed for your coach, clean bed, no mites. A night at the op. Specialists and things like that. I think it's pretty good. Then we have assets. Another cool idea. An asset is a thing. A thing you possess. The small but vicious dog. Rat catcher's best friend. When a dog makes a melee or brawn attack, if they do not have the staggered condition, they can direct their dog to clamp down on the enemy's leg, preventing from them giving ground. Higher tier dogs may be trained to perform other tricks like guard, fetch, or hunt for prey. I have a horrible little dog that lets me eat people. That's all it does. It has a very strong mechanical benefit. You have a cart. You have a barge. You have a horse. Like, you have the ability to travel with cargo. Yeah, things like that. It's little things. Even being like, yeah, you have things that you own, and it proves like, oh, hey, you have a tavern. It's a stir commerce, cheap swill, and culinary stable. Silver is coaching inns, soldiers' mess halls. While gold are rare, but feast halls, kitchens of dwarven cats, and things like that. It's like, oh, cool. You have apartments. Cool. You have a chapter house. Neat. You have an estate. There's a lot of little things here that I'm like, all right, this is cool. Like, you have a banker that you could actually, like full plate. Yeah, you own armor. You own real, actual, like, full plate armor or heirloom war gear and things like that. It's a cool idea. I like it. I think it's a neat idea. They just don't expand on it then. So we know how to roll dice. We know how to make things work. If you have a grim or glorious test, if it is grim, you reroll all your successes in your dice pool. If you are glorious, you reroll all failures. That is grim and glorious. It works. Probably not used as much as it should be. Now we go into complications. Now, what's a complication? Oh, how many successes did you get? Marginal success? You might get a complication. You spend something, you do something stupid, you do something silly. It's what it is. So, opposed test. 2 successes. Wins the test, he blows strikes only stagger Bernard. However, need more success and use a lethal weapon. Opposed test examples. You do this, defender, blah, 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 blah. If you have an exact, this is what we would call extended tests here. If you have fate, cool. If you have fate, there's a few things to do. Spend fate, make it glorious, take a second different action on your turn, act as rear guard. Burn fate, succeed on a test, negate a wound, sacrifice your life in a heroic last stand. The last stand thing's a little weird, but I'm like, all right, that's a thing. Same premises. Then we get to combat. Combat uses zones. It's a zone combat system. Not my... I don't care for zones. I have never cared for zones. I want to like zones more than I do, and I can't do it because I think that they always look weird. That autism brain always kicks in and it sucks. So, again, most have like falling damage, combat action. When you get into combat, you have one action. And that usually that one action is going to be something like this. So, combat action wise, basic ones, these are free actions. You can do those easy. They don't require a test, they're just done and done. Attack, help, maneuver. If you attack, injure an enemy, helping someone, improvise. I want to help, I want to recover. Recover is really fucking important in this game, I should also say, because removing die from your miscast pool, treating wounds, make sure you don't die, removing staggered condition, very important. Removing the prone condition from yourself, very important. So, how do we get into a combat test? How do I hit someone? Well, it's a opposed tag. My melee versus your melee. We both roll. Do I have the advantage? Am I getting advantages? Great. I succeed. Now, each weapon has its own damage value. Derives damage increased by many successes. So, for example, Shuna has a staff. He has a strength of 3, and let's say he scored 1 success on you. So it would be strength plus 1, so strength plus 1 is 4. Easy. And from there, if the attacker's damage equals lower than the target's resilience, damage. So, I do 4 damage, your resilience is 5. It goes down to 0. I've done no damage. But you are staggered. You are staggered. And as long as you are staggered, anytime that I were to do something against you, suddenly you have to choose. Do you give ground? Do you run away? You fall prone or suffer a wound. None of these are good because your options become gradually more limited down to you just suffer a wound. And wounds are bad because wounds hurt. Shuna here has, let me find how many wounds Shuna has. Shuna does not have many wounds. He is a very fragile boy. You can see. But the entire idea is like, okay, like, it's kind of that inevitability. Like, if you get kind of put on the back foot, you need to, yeah. So, giving ground, put space between you and your attacker. Containing an enemy, you get in the broken condition, which really fucking bad because the broken condition makes sure that it is harder for you to do things. It's kind of that idea. It's like you're slowly and steadily going to the point where you are on your ass and unable to do things. I think that's a great idea. No more 0 hits, if that makes sense. And it's a little change, but it's an interesting one. I like it. So, wounds. You've taken a wound. What happens? Oh, think about treatment. Very few things can actually do things because everything is effectively a critical wound. I think that's the best way of thinking of it, is most things are a critical wound. Yeah, if you break, you just start running away, and because you're fucking spooked. Deafened, drained, prone. Yeah, prone. Yeah, congratulations. Please stop shooting me. Stab, 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 stab. Oh, it's in the... Oh, I know where it is. Give me 1 second. I need to go down. Because for some reason, they do not put the... So, wounds. So, how do wounds work? I have taken a wound. I rolled a 5. My leg is battered. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. Because it's healing is catch your breath, it goes until the battle is over. Ow. But so I take a second wound. Oh no. A second wound? What do you mean? That means I'm rolling 1d10 for the wound and 1d10 for my second wound. 16. Slashed forearm, decouple along the length of your randomized which leave a fitfully spurting blood until your wound is treated. You suffered a critically injured condition. Until the wound is healed, you cannot use the arm at all. Uh-oh. I've been hit by a third wound. Uh-oh. 5, 9, 10. Oh, I might be lucky, right? I only have crushed ribs. Oh. After two hits, it is very viable that you're gonna lose. You're gonna die immediately. Even like this is bad. Oh, hey, your guts are spilling out. Oh, hey, you have a severed arm. Oh, hey, something horrific has happened to you. Isn't that fucking funny? Isn't it so funny that you are dying horribly? Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. So yeah, like actually getting hurt is surprisingly easy, but getting there might be difficult if that makes any remote amount of sense. If you're really lucky, you can take a shit ton of wounds and just not die because you're just rolling really low. However, you know, it's not good and you might get infections actually with that. And yeah, that's not fun for anyone involved. I don't think anyone wants that to happen. Both, of course. Got a couple of inclusion. This isn't really an investigation system. This also isn't really a social system. It's a make checks and do things when needed. So, downtime structure, events, things happen. Kind of the same idea with like endeavors, regaining coin, improving and regaining coin, but we also have improving skills. They made endeavors not optional. You have to do endeavors. What does that mean? I, Shuna, want to formalize a spell. Talent and literacy, I was formal when witness another wizard cast, read another wizard grimoire, cast spell as an improvised spell. I want to formalize this. I want this to be my spell. I roll and I fail. I get 3 fails. I get 2 fails. It's over. I can't succeed. What I would do... Are you gonna be cringe? Or are you gonna let me... Let's say I get my 3 fails. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, god damn it. 1, 2, 3. If I hit 4, I erase them all. And it's now 5. You improve your skills naturally. By virtue of using them, you are going to be getting them more, but it's only through these endeavors. So you're kind of encouraged to use endeavors differently, especially if it's like practice skill, prolonged endeavors, rekindle fate, and things like that. So yeah, there's a couple things that you can do. And I'm like, all right, I'm in. This is an interesting thing to do. I like the way of doing it. I like natural advancement. I wish it was more, but that's not how this game really functions. So, magic. Magic is spooky. We use the winds. We kind of use the winds, we kind of don't. Mostly because, again, magic isn't formalized yet in the guilds. We don't have those yet. A wizard is a guy who is casting magic because he knows how to cast magic. People respect it, but keep it at a distance. It's just like, yeah, you're casting magic. People are worried about you. So like COC, kind of like Call of Cthulhu. Again, it's not percentages, so it's a lot slower in the way that you kind of 1, 2, 3. Getting from point A to point B is a little bit more complicated. So, well, then we have how spells are actually cast. One of the ideas behind spell casting is the idea of... Wait. Let's say we have a pit... let's say I don't know why it says... I believe that's dart. Oh yeah, they don't have names for any of the spells, by the way. I don't know why either. But this is me targeting this is me hitting you with a spell. This is only formalized. It's not memorized. I still need my spell book on me to do this. But with my spell book in hand, if I go down here a little bit, I can cast this spell, and it's technically 3 CV, so I need 3 casting values. So I'm going to be making check. What kind of check do I need to? What kind of check do I need to make? I need to make a willpower test. Exacting value. Ooh. I need to make an exacting willpower test. So if I look up here, let's see my willpower. Where's my willpower? Right here. So I need to get 3 successes. That's 2 successes. 2 successes and 1 fail. So I get 2 successes. So I can't quite cast my immediately cock and ball torture, but I've got 2. So next round, I'm going to continue casting. So I'm going to grab my 3 dice. 1 more success. So I can cast it now and be at 3 potency. So I can say, okay, I want to throw this right now. It's going to do 8 damage, 8 area damage. Pretty good, right? You know, pretty good. And if they fuck up a lot, they might go prone. Oh, this is good. All right. However, let's say, for example, I roll a 9. If you roll a 9, for example, you add in a miscast die. You'll hear that. Dice are immediately added to the miscast pool. You may not reroll them, even if that's glorious. If, after the casting test, the number of dice you miscast exceed your level in the wizard talent, this triggers a miscast. Slackens and raw eldritch power skips your grass. So you have to then make a miscast roll, and things can go horribly wrong for you. Things can go very bad. You kind of even see here. You roll the number. You roll the number of your miscast die. So if I only have 1, I roll that. I got a 9. All fresh food and long range is spoiled. But higher and higher. Ripping your body apart and spreading it over every zone within medium range. You are dead. Your body is beyond salvation or reanimation. The fate of your soul is left to the whims of the fate of magic. Yeah. Yeah, so improvised spells. Improvised spells are a cool idea. It's like, we don't really know what we're doing. We're just trying to make something work. So a lot of like, okay, improvised spell CVs, it's like something like Cardinal. Is it really advanced? Is it like masterful? Is it very difficult? Sometimes it's like potency 4+. If you want to do damage with it, it's like, yeah, this is what an improvised spell does. But here's the secret. You can use these improvised spells to make your own spells gradually over time to make them cooler. These were to be like the basic battle magics. Mm. 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 And most of these are pretty easy to understand. Like, there's not a ton of spells. But yeah, like, oh, you want improvised battle magic? Cool. Creation control, divine, yeah, neat. Cool. It's a petty creation. Cool. That's what I want to do. I like this system. Completely wrong game for it. Like, just completely fundamentally wrong. Yeah, illusion spells are back, everyone. And what I mean by it's wrong is that it feels weird. It feels like this should be a larger part of the game, but it really isn't. And that makes it feel a little bit goofy. You know, we got all of our things here, and that is the old world. Why am I not usually... These seems like a full workday at this point. This is 6 hours. Yes, this is a 6 hour. Is Old World good? Old World is for the main Warhammer game. Yes, everyone. Time to go over Soulbound. No, I decided to not go over Soulbound for my own sense of say maybe another day. Maybe another day. But yeah, we gotta. Yeah, in case you ever want to fight enemies, you want to have no fear. You want to fight a wolf. There you go. There's a wolf. Fight a skeleton. Want to fight a spooky skeleton? There's Soulbound. Yeah, technically Soulbound would be the other option. But I decided against it because I do not hate myself as much for doing that. But yeah, here's a vampire. Don't fuck with vampires. But you know, Soulbound's first thing I hear. Soulbound is we're gonna talk about Soulbound. Soulbound is Age of Sigmar's fantasy role-playing game, and it came out relatively early. I think the second edition is when Age of Sigmar came out. When Soulbound came out, I know it was a couple of years ago, and I specifically know it was a couple of years ago. For one very simple reason. I was paid actual legitimate money to write a quick supplement for Age of Sigmar for Soulbound, because a group of guys I knew in another server were like, we really want to play the Undead expansion, but the Undead expansion had not come out yet. So we're like, hey, while we wait, can you draft something up? And I said, yeah, I can do that. That's easy enough, right? That's easy enough. That should be simple. This was 2021. So yeah, that would be 2020 is when so it would be about second edition, I think, is when Soulbound came out. Soulbound is a fascinating game for two reasons. One, they made it a. Let me see if I can explain this. It's they made it a point that every single pretty much model in Age of Sigmar has the idea of saying they have to be represented, and they're very specific here how they are handled and how they are set up. Yeah, kind of difficult to do things there. Because one of the big things is, did I mention the concept of Soulbound? I guess I don't. It's species, archetypes, miracles, and belly boys, bone pals, and bony boys. Yeah, bone pals and bony boys. You can tell I was taking everything here very seriously. But one of the weird things, like one of the weird notes about this is, by technicality, the idea of the soulbound thing is that every character is soulbound to one another. 2021, no better, built different, built wrong. All of the soulbound characters are bound to one another, to the point where your party is pretty formalized. It's like, we are all soulbound. Like, we are in this shit together. We're superheroes, effectively. It was weird because obviously you have to be able to play Stormcast Eternals, right? Because that's the fucking Age of Sigmar. And they're like, well, actually, the Stormcast Eternals aren't part of that. They're a completely different thing, and they have to do their own fucking rules. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you, Leatherman. I don't need to deal with this shit. Don't tell me you're a special, unique case and totally unique. Fuck you. You don't get to be unique. And also kind of like, it really hammered out like what I feel about Age of Sigmar, Soulbound, Age of Sigmar in general. Because Age of Sigmar, to me, I can see Soulfire here, yeah. Like, one of the big things was, imagine someone looking at you and just rattling off like fucking capital words. And I call it capital word syndrome because you look at it and you're like, I feel like all of these are unique aspects that we have to like. So to give you, when Sigmar returned to the mortal realms, capital, with the army of the Stormcast Eternals, capital, to push back the tides of chaos, capital, hope was rekindled in the hearts of mortals. This hope and belief is in a better future is epitomized by the Soulbound, capital, a unifying force in the Age of Myth, capitalize, who represent who can be accomplished when people of the mortal realms, capitalize, work together. Now, imagine every single conversation, every single time you read that book, it is like everything feels like it has a TM at the back of it. It's not just, oh, it's not chaos, it's chaos TM. It's Age of Sigmar TM. It's the Stormcast Eternal TM. It's the Daughters of Cain TM. It's the Ale TM. It's like everything is a special noun. Everything is a special phrase. And then it's like, oh, in the realm of Ashque, the Fire Slayers, under the guise of Lord Kungalu, ride the battle carax all the way across the mortal realms. And you're like, the fuck are you the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck are you smoking? It feels like everything about it, like I was smoking crack or something. Like, am I fucking high? Like, am I fucked up? Like, it's nonsense. And that's how I've, like, attributed everything Age of Sigmar. Like, everything it's capital word syndrome. It's like every single thing has to, it's so special and so important. And, you know, it's like, okay, where's the wiki to explain what the fuck the realm of Ashquay is? Like, what the fuck is the realm of Ashquay? Well, it's the realm of fire, which is technically one of the mortal. No. What the fuck are the mortal realms? Yeah, it's not the Imperial Guard, it's the Astra Militarum. Squeef. It's shit like that. But, honest to God, there is not as much Soulbound stuff because there was the core rules. There was, yeah, Champions of Death, and then the Champions of Order, Steam and Steel. That's it? Oh, that's funny. I was thinking there were going to be a little bit more, but it's, what's out there for Wrath and Glory, everyone? Yeah, Wrath and Glory. I remember, remember Wrath and Glory? Yeah. We have the Imperial Maledictum, DLC out? Yeah, we've got the GM's guide, we've got the player's guide, we've got Maledictum Macarum. What's Cubicle 7 even doing these days? Cubicle 7, what are you doing? Oh, it's the... So, Broken Weave is a 5e thing. Imperial Maledictum, Soulbound, Wrath and Glory, Imperial Maledictum. Cubicle 7 is doing the stuff. That's all you can really ask for. They're still around. Yeah, they're looking for people to do more stuff with the laundry. I remember that. Yeah, alright. So, Warhammer, Age of Bigmar. Yeah, it's 5e still, though. It does something different. It's... I hope Wrath and Glory gets the Imperial Maledictum. The thing is, Wrath and Glory... If you want to make Wrath and Glory good, you have to make a completely different setting than Warhammer. Because no matter what you do, with Wrath and Glory will always be compared to things like Dark Heresy. It is always going to get compared to those things. And it's legally distinct to 40k Wrath and Glory, I think would be like a fan favorite. But the fact that it has that 40k logo on it, I think kind of hurts it a lot more. But we know what time it is, everyone. I think we had a good time. I think it's time to embrace what we do best. It's been a while. We gotta go over things. This is the My Little Autism Project. I'm so sorry. Like, there's gonna be at least one kid in like 20 years be like, I read this book and like I knew I was going to be a history YouTuber for my entire life. I'm sorry, everyone. I've become a history YouTuber. You can't stop me. Oh yeah, we gotta. Are you ready to feel fucking sad? I know I am. Let's take a quick look at our saved projects. So, you made your money. Actually, the Werewhales did not make their money. It's fucking over. Dejurna made its money. Startot didn't make its money. Astra Arcanum. Southern Gothic made its money. Neon City Outlaws made its money. Tell me about all of them. All the World Prey, unfortunately, didn't make its money. Fists and Fiends, unfortunately, didn't make its money. Elder Apocalypse made its money. That's the rape game. No More Humans. Humans No More. D&T meets XCOM. I want to kill myself. Bug Busters. That seemed kind of neat. But, games. tabletop games sorted by newest. So to address things right off the bat, to make sure that we all know, here is the Thundercats role-playing game. So it's over, right? Yeah. We are going to do the Kickstarter run-through. We'll do the Kickstarter run-through of some of the ones out there, and that'll be the end of the stream. We are it's going to probably be about 6.5 hours. And my throat hurts, and I am going to probably have to work on more shit tonight. I love work. Yeah, welcome to Thundercats. And guess what? Fucking 5e. they made a 5e Thundercats game. I love it. We made a 5e Thundercats game. Signed by Larry Kenny, the voice of Lion-O. Oh man, I'm so fucking sad. I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking it's Gover. It's Jover Kings. Thundercats. Oh, is he really named Lion-O? Yes, it's Lion-O. Yeah, it's fucking Lion-O. That's his name. He's the leader of the Thundercats. Come on. And someone doesn't know their Thundercats lore. Porn, 3D printable collection, porn. Let's see. Porn. Oh, Hello Compass Games. Hello Compass. It's been a while. Not porn, but kind of. It's on the edge there. Wait a second. Is that just? Oh, I thought that was just Expedition 33 pornography. Yeah, no. Compass Games is hilarious. I love Compass Games because all they do is make like one-off games. That's all they do is they just make like little solitaire one-off games, and it's like, fuck you, give me like $40,000, and they always make a lot of money, and they always do really well. You know, I've always wanted to buy one and play one on stream because it seems like fun. I've even watched Thundercats. They look like Kiss, but gay. The original Thundercats was like, you have to channel that He-Man energy, but it was He-Man energy with like a stronger plot. The 2012 reboot was decent, and then there was Thundercats Roar. I don't think Thundercats Roar was real, and I'm not going to believe it was real, even if it was porn. Let's see, can't be too sad. Everything has to be porn. Not pornography, but we're on the edge there. Porn. No, it's O5E. That's arguably worse. DCC, Trench Builders, Classic Movie, Orbital Armored Core. Do you really like that? I do like that. Milk Girls, porn, lit porn, Ladies in the Dark Age, pornography, God, why? D&D play as a chicken, cool. That's neat. 5e porn, Tomb of the Ancient War King. It's a 5e supplement, most likely. Old School Essentials, porn, Viking Architecture. You monster. Hell of a marathon. You can't filter it. Yep, no, can't even filter it. That's the best part. Can't even filter it. I am forever stuck. No! Manly leaves and is immediately shot in the head. Porn. Porn. Oh my god. music horror role-playing game. No. Pornography. It's. I'm gonna claim it's not porn, but it's like there. I don't even know why the fuck this is here. Like this is multiple levels of being incorrect. Like this is again like multiple levels of this being incorrect. Like what convinces anyone to do? Oh, Spanish people. I understand. I don't know what the fuck this is. No, his words my command. I always wonder if it talks hard to find something that's inviting, like trench coat, skin suit. Would you believe most deviated left on the cutting? Trench coat. If all happens as you predicted, what games would you believe most devastated and left on the cutting? No fucking clue. Everyone loses, though. I can tell you that. Everyone loses. 2024 D&D. Porn. That's, again, they're not even trying. It's more porn. That looks like AI stuff. Like, why, man? Why do I care that there's a chili pepper inside? I can't eat the chili pepper. Join or die. Pacific. Okay, that's good. No, it's porn. And it's porn. And it's porn. Let's see. I'm just tired. What am I doing? Like, oh yes. How can we forget the popular, the ever popular? They're really not trying at all, are they? There's really nothing here. I am surprised. I am absolutely surprised. But the thing is, I know I shouldn't be surprised. Because I know there was the new edition of Apocalypse World. I did see the new edition of Apocalypse World, and I'm like, wowzers, you made Apocalypse World again. Why? These are all terrible. I hate all of these. Everyone involved in these should die. Okay, we got something. Really? Nothing ever fucking happens. Okay, let's take we'll go with one more. Shadow Dark, dungeon ideas, elf girls, porn. What do you even say to this? Like, what do you even say with this? It's over. It's queen hours. Okay, so yeah, welcome to my favorite, the Christmas Imp. Do you like the famous Christmas Imp? From no marketable properties whatsoever, it's the Christmas Imp. Do the Spanish people just not have copyright? Like, honestly, do they just not believe in the concept of copyright? Are they spiritually Western European Slav? Is Spain nothing more than Eastern Europe next to the Mediterranean? I think that must be it. Oh, what are we doing with Protean or a Pro? Based on the world of Aten 7. What's Aten 7? Nothing important. Is being given away a... Okay, so the game system is free. So what are you doing? So you are a 3D artist? Wait, what do you... Researcher recognized innovators contribute to and creator of Aten 7. Visual polymath exploring my ideas. Tomb archives. Does he work on STEM things? Real science, not his homework, but his world logic? He's sucking his own cock in front of me. That's the question. That's the important question. Is he sucking his cock in front of me? Because he needs a lot of fucking money, relatively speaking. So I'll keep an eye out on that. Always remember, like, the question is, like, is this man sucking his own cock in front of me? And is this like some hopeless vanity project? Like, what the fuck? Tomb Time. What's Tomb Time? Tell me more about Tomb Time. The Children of Tomb. Children found a group of overly resourceful teens. Children fought against those they saw as consuming the world. Eva 2032. Doomsday 2038. Okay, wait a second. So and then we go to New Cambrian. And then then we go all the way today, 2126. Is this an NFT project? That's the secret. Like, is this an NFT project? Like, okay, there's got to be something here. Your own custom character build. Okay. Is this an NFT project? I'm like 40% sure this is a NFT project. a good NFT project, but it's an NFT project. Like it. VTech. What's no. I don't care. 3 trees. Tell me about 3 trees. Skill tree. Split into many categories. There is a skill tree. That is the secret. That there is a skill tree. He needed $5,000. All right, shine on, brother. Shine on, Crazy Diamond. Let's see. Forged in the Dark. Let's see what's popular right now. Forged in the Dark. Mythopedic Tragic. Artifact. Let's see. We already wrote a better version of that game. Nothing at all. There's not a single thing that is what's new and popular. Quest Crawl. Cairn. Lone in the Under. Does itch suck? Oh, we have a new Gilla RPG. Have no fear, everyone. Here's a brand new Gilla TRPG. We all love Gilla, right? I don't even know what the fuck he's doing these days. I don't think he's doing any Lumen stuff. Remember when Gilla was everywhere? I remember when Gilla was everywhere. Now he's making OSR stuff. That's cool. Shine on. Magna Gothica. I still don't like Magna Gothica. I think the game is not very good. Where? Oh God. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Stop sending in the immediate future. Tomb discount Doom. The children of Tomb aren't founded. 2 years I riot. She said what? Doesn't Wuso suck his cock? His pussy. He's busy being a dad now. Yeah, I can respect that. All right, I am going to call it here. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. I hope to see you all another time. Tomorrow we will do something else. It is 7:30 to 7:30, and I'm going to have dinner now. So